Welcome everybody, this is Evelyn and I have a few reads for you today. I have my 2 messages of the day, which consist of 4 decks, The Journey of Love, Metatron, Nature's Whispers, and Shaman Dreams. I have that one from yesterday and from today, from yesterday and the day before. And the 7 deck read on the table for the Twin Flames. And I just pulled one card from each deck, from Metatron, Nature's Whispers, and Shaman Dreams. So I just wanted to get some energy for today before we start. And you know I always do oracle cards at the end as well. We're going to roll the die as well and bring up any current energies going on. It was really windy and beautiful out this morning. Very sunny out and beautiful today. Very windy though. So the underlying energies that came out from the 3 decks. So again, we have Metatron, Nature's Whispers, and Shaman Dreams. We have leadership, answering the call, the 8 of strength and manifesting dreams, the dance between the masculine and the feminine, someone spiraling up the staircase with flame in hand, answering the call to leadership. The 26 was big yesterday on the 26th. It came up all through the read from the 4-deck read from yesterday. It was very significant. Some very like dates were coming up, like timelines were coming up in this read from yesterday. So I would definitely stay tuned to that one. Be true to your heart. This is very much the divine feminine energy, very grounded, with that energy of the peacock coming through, the groundedness here. There's also ships leaving, but there's also another one coming in over here that you're not paying attention to. You have a lot of energies like the megaphone here. She's got a phone in her hand too, but it's crystallized. And then we also have the woodwives and adaptability, right? The space between, leaving space from the main trunk of the tree to do their thing. They're not as flexible as the woodwives, who can, rotate around and give them space and bend outward if they need to. They're more adaptable here. So again, the leadership dance of the 8, and 26 is an 8. And then adaptability of the woodwives, but this is just the underlying energies. The cards that came out today were the codependency, which is the family tree, the division of the tree, and then again, the collapsing of the tree back together by the grandchildren, the leaves, right? We have the grandparents, the parents, the children, the grandchildren, by the grandchildren collapsing it back together, top down, and getting to the root of everything to release those wounds, those codependencies, perhaps codependencies. The key to freedom here with the Knight of Swords. So the Knight of Swords here, along with the 10 of the high vibe destiny, to open your heart to that swan love here. And there's 2 little munchkins over here, 2 little angels who are up to something good. And then you see also the swan is the energy of the masculine in this card. There's something else I'm seeing there. And the ear is very important. Open up your ears. The other swan is up here flying in. And then we also have the many masks of the 38, which is the Queen of Cups. So the energy of the Mary Magdalene, the psychic abilities, the many masks that she wears of her authentic self. So again, the Knight of Swords, the Queen of Swords, and the high vibe destiny together of the masculine and the feminine. Okay, so very beautiful energies there. The family tree and the power of the family tree, the truth of the family tree, and the psychic abilities, the being in your feminine with a loving heart, and then again, being in your dream space of bliss here. So very beautiful energies coming up right there. Very feminine as well, but kind of androgynous at the same time. Especially bringing the swan into the human, right, as an animal. So let's go ahead and take a few deep breaths. Remember to bring, choose the color you want. If you want to use white for purification, you can use green for healing if you'd like. But bring that white light in through your crown, through your chakras above your crown, in through your crown into your body, wrap it around your heart. Allow it, and you might want to hold your breath and allow that energy to just kind of meld into your different organs, your arms, your legs, your head, your neck. And then hold your breath during that time to really focus on the areas of your body you want that healing to go. And then allow it to diffuse out, Maybe let go of that dark energy that doesn't belong to you, the energy that no longer serves you. And as you diffuse that out through your auric layers, imagine like a vacuum above you from source, just vacuuming all that energy back up to source to transmute. So let's go ahead and take a few deep breaths. Another deep breath. And then one more deep breath. All right, let's get going here. I'm going to roll the die. It's for the twin flames. Today is October 27th, 2022. So the 27 is the Ace of Wands. So that new inspiration, perhaps some initiation going on here. Some fire being lit under your butt to get you going, right? And some kind of idea that comes in. Some kind of dream, growth, creativity. And today the day adds up to 43, which is that 3 of Cups of coming together in joy. It's a very beautiful energy there. So from these reads are from the 25th and the 26th as well. So the 25th is the Knight of Wands along with the 41 of the Ace of Cups. So that's also very beautiful from the 25th. The 26th is the Page of Wands and that Lion's Heart energy, along with the 42 of the 2 of Cups. So it's very loving energy from yesterday, today, and tomorrow. From the 25th, 26th, and 27th. And also we had the solar eclipse on the 25th. All right, for the twin flames. All right, we have the North Node here, which, as you all know, it's in Taurus, which has that follow through. We have the energy of Libra here, which those are both Venetian as well, or Venusian, I should say, not Venetian. Venetian is the Italian energy. So Venusian is the Libra energy of balance and truth and justice and beauty. And then we have the 9 here as well, which is the Hermit and Virgo energies. So we have Taurus, Libra, and Virgo. 9 is also compassion, the one and the all, of endings as well. And September, which also goes into Libra, so we have Virgo into Libra, which is the midpoint on the astrological chart, with Taurus, which is the lead, right? Because it's in the North Node. So that follow through of Taurus leading the way with the midpoint of Virgo Libra in truth and balance and purification, going within to the one and the all. So, and all is coming up as well as the AWL, which is the instrument that you make a whole with. So this first read is the one from the 25th, the day of the eclipse. And here's the 4 decks. Both reads are set up the same way. So when I show you the second read, it's set up exactly the same way. We have the underlying energies from each deck here. Journey of Love at the top. We have a pile that I count. For each of the decks, I was pulling 3 cards and then counting whatever other cards wanted to come out after that. So the underlying energies, the 3 cards, and the way they came out, sometimes they'll come out 1 and then 2 together, and then the cards that came out at the end. So this is that. We have Metatron, Nature's Whispers, and Shaman Dreams. I'm going to pull it up a little closer so you can see the pictures better for the 4 decks. Okay, and then Shaman Dreams at the bottom. And let's get going with the read here. All right, so this first one from the 25th. First, I want to go through the numbers of the piles at the end. So for the piles at the end, we had 2 cards, then 4 cards, then 1 and 2. Which they add up to 9, by the way, which is the 1 and the all, the endings and the compassion. It also can be the 24 with the 1 and the 2, which is the Queen of Wands, the Omega, with the 1 and the 2 of the masculine and the feminine. It also could be 2 and 2 on either side with the 41 between, which actually when we started this read, it was 1031, which is the 1 and the 1 on either side with the 03 in the middle, which is the Empress or the Earth Terra energy, the energy of abundance, and 3 of coming together. That can be, siblings as well, friends. But here we have the 2 and 2 on either side with the 41 in the middle, which is about the Holy Grail, and the 2 on either side, which 2 can be duality as well as mediation. So again, remember to see both sides of the situation. All right, so that was the Journey of Love had 2 cards, Metatron had 1. So why was that coming out 2-4? Nature's Whispers had 4 cards. And then Shaman Dreams had 1. So I'm not sure why I wrote 2-4-1-2 instead of 2-1-4-2, which again, they're bringing up the reflection. The 41 is the Ace of Cups. The 14 is the Temperance card, which is that higher love, patience and balance of the angel. So they're both very loving cards, right? One is the 41 of the Ace of Cups and being in love, right? Self-love, spiritual love, and new love. So both of those are coming up here. Oh, this is why. The first pile is actually 9. The first pile is actually 9, but it came out 2, 4, 1, and 2. And then the piles came out 9, 1, 4, 1. Okay? So we do have both of those combinations. And again, we do have the 14 and the 41. Right? Because we have 2, 4, 1, 2 with the 41 in the middle, and then we have 9, 1, 4, 1. So we have 41 and 14 in both middles. And let's go into that now. And again, the 1 was surrounded by, the 1-4 was surrounded by 1s, and the other 41 was surrounded by 2s. And the 2 and the 4 were just very significant in the read prior to this regarding the space between, as in 1 to 3, where 2 is in the middle in the space in the Divine Feminine. And then 3 is 4, 5, where 4 is the space between, right? It's for something, it's not the something. Again, referencing the nothingness and the everythingness of the feminine and masculine energies and how they play together. And you can see that in the tree I showed you as well, of the woodwives, where there's space between the offshoot and the trunk of the tree, giving space between, but yet being joined at the bottom, at the root as well. So 2 and 4, the number 2 and the number 4, but also the word 2 and 4, the Divine Masculine and Divine Feminine, where together they are the wise one. Where I started these, the time I started the Journey of Love was 10:59, Metatron was 11:07, Nature's Whispers 11:08, and then Shaman Dreams was at 11:11. So 2 and 4, the masculine and feminine, the wise one together, all for one and one for all, AWL, right? So all, ALL, is the whole with a W, and AWL is the all that makes the whole. All for one and one for all 41 and 14 all. Completion, compassion. And remember, completion and compassion also are calm, completion, and calm passion, which is the easy pass connection. 14 and 41, temperance, patience, angel, balance, and holy grail and big love, the 0-point vortex, and God's rail. And I was getting that too. You know, like when you, the old way of showing a story is to flip through the cards of the story, that accordion effect, that domino effect of dimensions, right? When you see the multiple dimensions, like etherically, so they're kind of see-through pages. It's that kind of accordion energy that was coming up of God's rail, right? So God's rail is coming up from the Holy Grail, G rail. And the holy is the hole at the Y in the road, which is the vortex. And then God's rail is that image of boom, 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 of being able to see all the dimensions fanned out, so to speak. One for all and all for one, with 2, 4, 1, 2, 9, 2, 4, 1, 2, 9, and then 1, 4, 1 as well. All for one, 2 for 1 and 2, and 2 all was coming up, you know, like the tennis score. 2 for 1 and 2 all, which is the 9. All are 1 for 1, 2 for 1, and 2 all. So the reference of, you know, we don't have to get into the little details, being nitpicky about what was said. It's the energy behind each thing, whether it's 1 for all and all for 1, or 2 as the twins for all and all for 2. 2 all, 1 all, it's all the same. It's just you guys are twins. You're acting as one unit. So I looked up in Gematria 9141, and the first entry there was AA, YHVH, and Y was capitalized, but the HVH was lowercase for any of you who are interested or want to know that. But AA, Yahweh, group, best group. To get info if you can. Jew, human group, most successful. I, Jew, and Christian, I can help. So that was the first entry. So, and again, I'm just listing you what they say in the top 1 to 3 entries. If I see something past the 3rd entry that looks significant or relevant, I will bring it up like I have in the past. But I'm going to try to keep it to the first entry for the specific message. So again, AA or Archangel, and then Yahweh, group, best group, to get info if you can. Jew, human group, most successful. I, Jew, and Christian, I can help you, which is really funny. I'm just a very kind of representation of that because I was born Jewish. I thought I was all Jewish, but we weren't religious at all until I found out my father's father wasn't his biological father, that my biological father was actually Russian Orthodox. So I have both of that DNA. And I was also someone who was raised without religion, and yet was very attached to like Jesus Christ Superstar and Godspell when I was in junior high school. So the second entry here was, none has the right to censor the word of God that comes through his chosen children, meant for his people that seek for it. This tactic of oppressors must cease at once. And then YHSYK, and the second word was JWSK. The other numbers that came up with 9141 were 10554 and 1759 with that entry. And with the first entry was 6936 and 1156. The third entry was Chancellor Barack Hussein Obama is the head of the Republic of the New Germany, President of the United States, and the Chairman of the United Nations Security Council for New World Order. And that number came up 9930/1655. So again, these are not my opinions. This is just what's coming up in Gematria. And I have no energy either way with these messages. From 2412, I also looked up. The first entry was your job with CIA. The second was the earthquake that shakes the entire world. The third entry was delete endgame flash event Great Awakening. The fourth entry was the government owns the media. Well, we all know that. All right, the fifth entry is it's not the words, it's the sounds. The sixth was end of the second cycle, 52, which we just talked about that too, as in 52,000 was when the when Lemuria actually was able to form into that higher consciousness that took 150,000 years basically after being seeded to get to that point. That came up the other day. You can listen to my other videos this week if you want to check that out. The 7th entry was joyous birth of the holy grandchild. Okay, so then at 1132, which is 11 of justice, truth and balance, the 32 of the journey, the underlying energy was 17 in her grace. Then 22 of Archangel Sandalphon, which I reference as Saint Dolphin, 32 of the journey and trust your own understanding, and the 31 in the hand. So dreams of her grace, Archangel Sandalphon, the fool on the journey to trust yourself in chaotic situations with groups. Creator's heart is in your hand. Okay, so this is very much about learning how to keep your cool and stay present even when there's crazy stuff going on around you. So not just at home, but out in those situations. At 1134 is the alignment of truth and balance, justice. The 34 of the energetic exchange of the 8 of Wands, which is also the arrows of love, lots of communication or travel back and forth. The underlying energy here is the 66 of coming together, which always reminds me of the Beatles, and that's the Queen of Pentacles there. But I believe, and Linda and Paul always come up. Linda was Libra, but she's very close to Virgo, so she probably had some Virgo in her chart too. 29 is Spiral Dance of the Goddess. The 4 of Simplicity. The 22 of Devotion to the Small. And 37 of the King of Cups, Fire and Ice. The 17 of her Grace, the Queen of Pentacles, coming together to be present in the spiral dance of the Emperor and the King of Cups. Right? The Emperor's all about control. The King of Cups is all about unconditional love. But the Emperor's journey in devotion to the small, to unconditional love of fire and ice, right? Loving it all. And by the way, the spirals in the numbers keep coming up, like 2, 4, 1, 2, again, is a spiral. And the numbers were coming up 3, 3, 6, 6, 9, 9, but also in the order of 6, 6, 3 first, because that's the 3. It reduces to 3, and then 3, 3, which reduces to 6, would be the 6, and then 9, 9 reduced to the 9. So just keep that in mind. And that the spiral, the 663 is referencing the spiral, right? With the GG, or the 66 is like a spiral. It's also like the cracked egg open. I was just getting as a message now. The 33 is the rolling stone, because 3 is part of the rolling stone that rolls into the W, the E, and the M. And then the 99 is the 9, right? The 1 and the all. And also remember that the 3 reflected upon itself, pushed together, is the 8, as well as the 6, 9, which come together, make the pod with the 8 in the middle of it. So those energies are very significant here. Again, the 8 and the 8. And by the way, for the eclipse energies, the night from the 24th to the 25th with the eclipse, I didn't sleep until like 4 a.m. Fortunately, I was able to sleep till about 10 o'clock, so I got like 5 hours anyway. And then it was better last night, but still it was late before I went to sleep. At 11:42 here is Justice and the 2 of Cups. And remember, this is a new moon in Scorpio. And Scorpio is in the South Node, which we're letting go of Scorpio traits that don't serve us. So they may be coming up to be seen, to be released, right? Because we have the lunar eclipse coming up on November 8th. November 2nd also was coming up as significant in the second read today. So I'll tell you why when I get to that. So at 11:42 of Justice and the 2 of Cups, that can be partners, lovers, soulmates, seeing eye to eye, or just agreeing to disagree. The King of Cups healing and dreams coming true with her grace. Gifts of the spiral, ovary, and the eggs, so the reference to the fallopian tubes is coming up here. The twists and turns of simplicity, of the bird, the mouse, or the piglet, and that one blade of grass. The new flower, and the caring of these, standing in the vortex with conflict all around, and not being affected as her grace reaches out to him. The first card out here is the 57 of the 3 of Swords, which here is the Lovers, so it's very much about the reversal of the 3 of Swords, which is all about healing and apologizing and forgiveness, right? It's about the healing of a procedure, perhaps, or taking the swords out of the heart. The lovers healing together with her grace. The 62 of the choice, to face the music, to suffer or release, it's your choice. In the communal dance of freedom, change, and expansion, where then 2 cards came up, number 20 and number 14. The 2 sweet souls rising, light as a feather, in the wake-up call to the angelic realms. And then that's where the 4 cards came out, of 51, 34, 60, and 56. The King of Swords, to dream a little, in energetic exchange, the hours of love, becoming peace, in riding the cosmic wave, in your knowing of the dance of the planets. And there's that energy of Paul and Linda McCartney. And this is no disrespect to anyone who's with Paul right now. It's just the message energy that's coming through. In the cyclone and the vortex without effect. And then 1 card out here with the 10 of 3 to 1, which is where the 2 is the word 2, T-O. Again, the space between the 3 and the 1, and the 3, 2, 1 jump, that leap of faith, the destined high vibe in the space between the words and worlds, the 3, 2, 1 jump, where 2 plus 2 equals 4, the 22/4 of the Fool, with an open heart taking a leap of faith in the vortex. Then the 2 cards came up of the 26, which is an 8, the day it was yesterday, the Page of Wands, Lion's Heart, painting a pretty picture of the mother, father, child, the guardian of the soul family, as the 2. Within nothing there is everything. Within the womb appears a child, light as a feather. So again, referencing the child soul coming into your womb. At 11:55 of Justice and the Truth of Excalibur. Right, Excalibur being, the finger of God, so to speak, and the chakra system, right? God putting their finger in your spine and creating your chakra system when the soul comes in. At 11, Spirit's connecting with me very strongly right now. 11:56 is Justice and the 56 of the 2 of Swords, being in your knowing, keeping your energy clear. The underlying energy of the 28, which is the choice of path, or the twin flames. By the way, the TF came up very significant today in another way. That'll come up in the other read as well. Or maybe this one. But the twin flame of the TF and the electromagnetic grid, the EMG, which notice the EMG is also GEM, G-E-M, rearranged. The twin flame, TF, and the EMG of the electromagnetic grid is the double diamond superstar. So here's that reference to Jesus Christ Superstar of the supernova. The double diamond superstar, the supernova that you are. So again, there's that twinkle twinkle reference with double diamond superstar. How I wonder what you are. Supernova that you are. The 7 of the Chariot that carries you is water. Icosahedron is represented here in the card for water. Icosa means I matter. And the hedron, of course, is a shape. But Hydra is ivy, which for me is co-creation. The lowercase I and I on either side with the V between is creation. I matter, the shape I am. The dolphin energy for emotional well-being. Add number 1, Divine Feminine, and get 17 of conquering fears in dream time with angelic assistance. Start today, 1 step at a time. The 5 of communication and speak up with Creator's message through your instrument. So your body is the instrument for Source to bring the message in the bottle. The 1 of the masculine, the yellow carpenter bee with buttercup. The bee of joy and happiness as the 22, the Fool and the Fool's journey of Archangel Sandalphon or Saint Dolphin. The Fool with the lyre or the lyre, the instrument, the 5D station, and the voice of the other. The 11 of being the one and the other, and the space between. The justice of being in the wake-up call to 6D, instant manifestation. So here we have the station of 5D, and the voice of the other, 11, in the wake-up call to the 6D, instant manifestation. 2 stations or channels, 22 and 11, which by the way equal 33. 21, it's also 22 and 11 broken down to 21 and 21, or 2 who are whole and complete, serenading through lover's clarion call at 12:04, which sirens were going on right there, but I just read SIRIANs. So again, that SIRIAN connection is coming up very significantly here, and the Sirius is part of the winter triangle with Betelgeuse and Procyon. And remember, Betelgeuse is twinned up with Bellatrix on the other shoulder. And again, the twins above Beetle and Bella are the twins standing on Orion's shoulders. So the clarion call here of the angels, the 14, of patience and balance and boundaries to set them daily with angelic patience and auric keys. Remember, auric is AU is gold, so there's a reference of the aura to gold. The auric keys, as you find your gamma rays on your path each day. So look for things that have auras around them. The breadcrumbs leading you on to the sun, through the arcs and steeples. The arcs and steeples, referencing that 3D reference, and then the arcs and boats or ships that set sail on the water, being the chariot, right? So arcs and steeples can be doorways, and they can be energetic connection, right? But they're also referenced as Noah's Arks and things like that, the boats and the ships, and that can be spaceships as well. At 12:07 of the hanging man and the chariot, setting sail on the water. Remember, water is the chariot here. And the chariot is the feminine within the masculine ascending. So water is your chariot, and they keep bringing up bathing in water, right? Soaking in water and drinking, clean water too. The chariot that takes you there. Soak in a tub, dance in the rain, drink and be merry. That's water. Fool's justice and patience and balance. And the 16 where sirens came up again here. And again, the sirens, right, in the water. At 12:09, the hanging man and the hermit. The 16 of the Tower of Gold, the Holy Grail, the sudden cup of replenishment, the sudden portal through the multi-dimensions. So there's that flipping through the dimensions again, lighting up to infinitum. One card then of the 53, Knight of Swords, which came out this morning, the codependency, and the Knight of Swords being the key to freedom, which is the messenger of truth. And that can be the knight in shining armor as well. At 12:16, the hanging man and the sudden events of the tower, with the 2 patient angels, suddenly source messages of truth in unlocking the roots, Mother Earth and Father Tree, from which the roots seed and stem. So the way the cards came out for the 4 decks here, in the first deck it was 1, 2, and then 9. The second was 1, 1, 1, and then 1, so 4 ones. The third deck was 1, 1, 1, 4, and then the fourth deck was 2, 1, 1. And they literally mirror each other, right? 12 and 21 are on either side of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If you take away the ones in the parentheses, which are the piles. So at 12:18, oh, by the way, I looked up 11:11, the top entry is twin flame, by the way. The top entry for 129 that came up was 8, the number 8, literally written as the 8, and America was number 2. 1114 equals Lord DEC, so the abbreviation for December, and then 7th written out. The second one there was Christ Lives, and one of the other numbers associated there was 144. And then 211 also came up, which Mason came up with that, as well as apps, salt, last, bliss, in the end, cell phone, and black pope. So that's coming up. At 12:18, and if you haven't seen the Vatican girl, check the energy out around that, because there's a lot of, the deception from, the Vatican coming up through that show. 1218 is the Hanging Man and the 18 of the Moon. The underlying energy here of the 15, after the little girl in her shadow or doing shadow work hugs the tree to ground themselves. The 11 of making decisions with instant manifestation. The 10 of that high vibe destiny of the open heart to the high vibe swan love. And the 42 of the 2 of cups to let love be your beacon, blush and light up. The 14 of the angelic assurance that all seasons shall come and go all at once, and 4 generations of women not seen, assured that you are ants. So you are the sisters of people who have been mothers, if not mothers yourself. Assured that you are the ants as well as the mothers, which then ASSU is coming up with assured, which ASSU means dog, to eat, easier to be, tear as in salt water, and then ran and seal or escaped. The 32, to trust your own understanding of the journey. And the first card out here of 21, a fresh approach in journeying the world. Completion, the divine feminine or Pisces, with 1 foot in this world, 1 in the next. The 48 of the 8 of cups, walking away and within to hope and happiness, to go within and be free with hair of rainbow, wild, perhaps at the sea, to breathe the salt air. The 28 of the choice of path are the twin flames in the bountiful harvest, or the twin flames preparing the ethers, the grid work to the mountains and oceans, or Atlas and Hercules, her harvest in mapping the stars. There are 4 cards here of the Emperor and stability, foundation and heart, with 27 to be childlike, with that Ace of Wands that came up of childlike inspiration, being creative and growth and new ideas, and there's sexuality in there as well. The 3 of celebrating your differences and coming together in joy, the 50 of the 10 of cups and that potent gate in the magical family tree, the 17 of sprinkling the villages with infinite blessings, making dreams come true while they're sleeping, like at Christmas. There's a reference to Santa Claus there as well. With 1240, the Hanging Man or wisdom, and the 40 of the innocence of the sweetheart, the Page of Cups, that pure innocence, the underlying energy of the 10 and the deep diver, right? That high vibe destiny to deep dive into your emotions. The 49 of that 9 of cups and skywriting the fates of that hourglass that you share between you in the infinity that goes between the 2 twins on the side, right? So the middle of the infinity is the hourglass that's shared space, whereas the end of the infinity, 8, is the individual part of each of you that still stays and remains with you, the half of the moon. So the 2 halves of the moon added on to the hourglass between, which came up as the gates opening, right? In the middle of the hourglass is that point that a space is created. It's like the gates being open, like a horse gate, where the flaps open, together as one space between. It's the energy about that gate opening between you, that hourglass, is that you can be as one and yet still allow space between, even in the middle of that shared connection, and not be afraid that it will be lost, because there's space between everything. So coming together as one with space between, the 41 of the Moon Maiden, carrying the moon in water, right? It's very light when you're standing in water, for new beginnings of self-loving, and the 18 of that purple moon. The eyes of the eagle rising above the fray, and the oracle of 0 point field, the decorated aperture, the peripheral vision, carrying the U.S. altar, which is that altar kit that keeps coming up above the Statue of Liberty from Atlantis, as the lookout point for Ellis. The 63 of hibernating in the winter's dream, So 63 can be suffering or perhaps just hiding out and sleeping instead, hibernating in the winter's dream, the gestation period or pregnancy. The 52 of the Queen of Swords of Lady Liberty, straddling worlds of blues, purples, and whites to green. The 64 of the Woodwives, adaptable to the pain and the bliss, which came up in this morning's cards as well. In the space between, as an offshoot of the trunk or the little ones. The 31 of the Hearts in his hand, full trust in your handler, your partner. The 39 of the Knight of Cups, of the me talks. Remember, the handler is a reference to God putting his finger in your chakra system, not in a negative way. There's always another way of seeing things. The 39 of the Knight of Cups is the me talks, where the 51 King of Swords is on the meditation bridge. And I was getting like the bridge like Captain Kirk with the stars in the sky and limitless possibilities. And now you can see yourself in their spaceship with all the stars in the sky, which I was taken into the field last night, even though I wasn't asking to be taken into the field. And I haven't done that in a while. And I was just, whenever I go into the field, it's just infinite for me. I never end up anywhere. I just keep traveling and traveling and traveling through the stars. And that's coming up as being on the bridge with like Captain Kirk. And again, being on the bridge and meditating with the stars in the sky and limitless possibilities, that the path is before you. The 14 of the angelic realms and the drifter, patiently experiencing life as it comes. And then one card coming up of the 54, which is that Page of Swords of the universal Mercury, the deliverance of the ether through the Eden, which is vapor, of the breath to the divine masculine and the divine feminine, to the masculine and feminine, for earth, air, water, and fire. And here is again the crossing, the initiation of the alchemist. So very much, and Spirit's connecting with me, the crossing over, the initiation of the alchemist, right? Having finished the schooling to put it into practice and coming together right now over me, right? So I turned the page, and some of the visions that I got over the past couple of days, one of the visions was of two of those big underground tubes that they're so big that you see them on a Mack truck, because they'd be, they're so big they have to be on, take up the whole bed of the truck. So two of those tubes were coming up along with like a toggle. So what I was getting was the energy like air hockey, like somebody pushing a toggle back and forth, but it was like air, or like someone sourcing for gold, like they would take the trays and swish them back and forth. And it doesn't have to be gold or air hockey, but that's the energy that was coming up back and forth. It could have been someone on a table with water, perhaps developing pictures. I'm not sure in which reference it was. So if anything's come up for you like that, please say so in the comments. But again, the underground tubes and the toggling back and forth, making out was coming up there as well. And there's sirens going on right now. It's been a lot of sirens with the eclipse, but they're going on right now. I was just seeing heart shapes too, and butterflies and birds. A lot of hot air is what I'm getting. Amusing rides could be coming up too, for that back and forth energy too, like amusement rides. And the bluebird, I just heard them crowing. So the ones that sound like crows, but they're not as deep as crows, were coming up as the bluebirds, or the blue jays rather. And I think Teddy just scared them away. So I posted some crow pictures on my Instagram, so if you want to check them out. I think I put them on my Facebook, but that's my personal Facebook page. But you can check them out as well. They're open for the public. The crows came up on my walk with my daughter, not yesterday, but the day before. We passed a driveway where two crows landed there together, and we were just walking. And I thought maybe they were ravens because there's only two of them, but they were definitely crows. And it was so sweet the way they were reflecting each other. And one was like yelling at each other. You have to see my little crow story there, because one was like yelling at the other, and then they were like kind of mad at each other, and then they made up, and then they went back to work, and then he was showing off for her, which is so funny because this morning Teddy was showing off for Annika in our backyard. There's a Siberian Husky who lives behind us, and they don't always talk to each other, right? Because she's much older than he is. But today they were playing, and he was showing off for her, and she was actually staying there and watching him. It was very cute. So there's that energy of the serenading, the coming in to show off and show the female, right, that they're worthy of their love. So there's a lot of controversy in the Ascension community too, with different belief systems, the dark and the light. Remember that no matter what channels I may watch or recommend to you to watch, that doesn't mean that everything they say I'm going to resonate with, or neither should you. You need to go with your own knowing. So there's a lot about whether you should believe in Enki or not, right, as the person who's going to come in your energy and be with the Pleiadians and help you, or is actually just after their own agenda, right? You need to follow your own instincts on this stuff. And you should be connecting, direct with source, honestly. Source direct. So, your higher self is always, especially if you're a twin, is always connected directly to source. You don't need to go to all of the other energies. You certainly can go to those other energies if you have a long-term connection with that energy and you're very familiar with it, and it's a very positive energy. But you need to, follow your own instincts here. There's that thing about that beds aren't coming. You need to follow your abilities to heal. You're teaching others to heal with your body, not with technology. And not that technology is bad either, right? There's many things in our technology that heal us or save us because we're not there yet. So you need to be open to everything, both sides of the situation, and following your own instincts. What is true for you may not be true for somebody else because it may not be their mission. You may have different missions. So trust your own instincts. Don't let anyone shame you for anything. Right? And if they do come in, if you're being triggered, then it's good because they're triggering you for a reason, because something's supposed to come up so you can see it and let it go. Remember that. Don't go into that old way of responding to that where someone's trying to hurt your feelings or be mean. It's your energy pulling them in to show you what you need to see right now that's time to be released. So we're going to go into the second read from yesterday, which, by the way, I didn't finish till last night, because we ended up doing a Home Depot run yesterday in the morning, so I couldn't start this till later. So this is the most recent information here. So this was on the 26th yesterday, and it's all about the number 26, so keep that in mind. So here is the read, set up exactly the same way as the first one, and it's 4819. Same 4 decks. I'm just going to bring it in close so you can see. Okay, so at the top again, Journey of Love, Metatron is the second deck. And then Nature's Voice Whispers, this is the third. And then Shaman Dreams there at the bottom, where I just expanded the 6 cards that had come out with that deck. And there's a plane going overhead right now. Teddy just went to the front window to see what it was. He's so cute. Oh, by the way, oh my gosh. So this is another message for you guys too. So Teddy is an Australian Shepherd, and they're of course herding dogs. And when they don't have a job to do, they get bored and they can be mischievous. And he's actually very good. But so he comes, I have a little stool here so he won't come here, while I'm doing my reads. And he'll come up to the stool, if he wants something from me, and it's open underneath, so sometimes he tries to crawl under the stool to get to me. He's so cute, but he's so smart. And my daughter bought him this toy with foxes in a stump of a tree, which is the best toy ever. He loves it. And he loves those little foxes like they're his own. There's 3 of them. And he's always playing with them, but they're all over the place. Sometimes one might be left outside, and we don't know where the other 2 are. So yesterday he came up and brought his fox because he wanted me to play. So he wanted me to throw his fox or play with his fox with him. And sometimes he'll tempt me with the fox and then pull it back because he's messing with me too. But he brought the one fox to me yesterday. And I said, Teddy, this is your one fox, but where's fox 2 and 3? And it took a couple minutes, but like altogether it was like 5 minutes. He herded all 3 foxes and brought them to me after I explained 1, 2, and 3. He understood completely. So, you know, it's the same thing with people. Don't underestimate their intelligence. He's so smart. He really is. He's so sweet. And right now he's looking outside. He hears the plane. He's like excited to see what's going on. He's on guard. He loves to stand there and watch what's going on outside. Another plane, Teddy. It's up in the sky. Yes. So again, there's that energy of come together right now. And there again, there was 3 foxes that he brought together to me. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is that in filling my pitcher, because I always have a pitcher on the counter that's a fluoride filter. And so when I filled it up, not yesterday, but the day before, when I went in there, there were some droplets of water, and one was in the shape of the 7. And normally I wouldn't notice that, but I was being called to notice it. And then yesterday, when I opened the water to fill it up, there were 2 small hairs on the top of the filter, and one was in the shape of a 7. So again, and the 7 can represent the key. It can represent the gamma wave. There's a lot of different ways 7 can be, and it's like, you know, a couple different the letters in the Hebrew alphabet come up as the number 7 as well. So, and today was trash day, by the way. That might be a message for some of you guys too, to get rid of something. Oh, the other energy I want to tell you, yes, this was yesterday. It was so weird. So Teddy usually goes out with me in the morning to water the plants outside. And if there's anyone around, he can't come out because he might run down to jump on them or something like that. But if there's no one around, I'll let him out to water the plants with me. So I told him to stay in while I went outside. And I might have been going to do something else as well, like, you know, take trash out or something like that. So I'll tell him to stay in, and he will. But I called him to come out with me, and you know, usually he'll come out every time, but when there's something weird going on, he hesitates and doesn't go out. So he wasn't coming to the door when I said, come on, let's go. And then I turn around again to see if I should keep the door open if he's going to come, and he's nowhere to be found. I'm like, Teddy, where are you? And I turn around and he's outside with me. It's like he appeared out of nowhere. And then I was doing the dishes at the sink yesterday morning, and I was doing the dishes and the dishwasher and all that kind of stuff for like 10 minutes. And all of a sudden I look over and my daughter's just sitting there in the chair, and she was there the whole time. She like appeared out of nowhere. It was so weird. But that energy is now you see me, now you don't. Or now you don't see me, now you do, was definitely coming up yesterday. So this second read, I did at 11:21 I started the Journey of Love, 21 to 22. The Metatron deck was 11:22 to 23. Nature's Whispers was 11:23. And Shaman Dreams was 11:24 to 25. And then yesterday was the 26th. So 26 was big in this read. So keep in mind the 26 is the 8. There was just a reference from Magenta Pixie about the 26,000 years. So if you haven't watched her video, you might want to watch it. So for the Journey of Love, there were 2 cards left at the end. For Metatron, there was 1, but then I was curious about the next 3 because I was being guided to look at them. So I pulled the next 3 out as well, but that wasn't part of the pile. Nature's Whispers, there were 4 altogether, but it came out like 1, then 2, and then 4. So there's 1, 1, and 2, so 4 altogether. Shaman Dreams, there were 6 cards altogether. And so the numbers came out 2, 1, 4, 6. But also the 1 pile came out 1, 1, 2, so there was another energy there going into the 4. And then the 6 cards came out 2, 2, and 2. So 222 came up. So the main number is 2146. with the High Priestess, Magician, the Emperor, the Lovers, the World, and the Children, the two or the twin angelic lovers, the Divine Feminine, Divine Masculine, 1-1 or 1-1, so referencing the space between, but it's the word 2, 1-1, 1-2, to 1, 1-1 to 4, and then I was getting 2-2-2-6, right, for the last pile. So someone's stuttering as well. So there's all ways of communication here. And that 2-2-2 can also referencing the unfolding of that accordion or that domino effect of the multiple dimensions. And they're all 1s and 2s there. 2-1, or the Divine Masculine, 4-6, the love, family, and community, or the lovers. So 2146 in Gematria came up as send your mighty army, O Lord. And then the other numbers that came up were 1992, which I brought up because there's a year there, and then 332. And by the way, the love, family, community, and lovers was at 222 as well. The time was 222. So 2146 was that I just told you. And then 124 was Gabriel, and Gabriel came up this week. I haven't talked about Gabriel in ages, and Gabriel came up before this read already today, or in my prior reads this week. So 124 was Gabriel was the first entry. 222, the first entry was Hitler. I was very surprised to see that. And then 112, Libra, was the first entry. Okay, so energy of Gabriel and the universal Mercury coming up this week, as well as Libra, and also Hitler. So maybe Hitler was a Libra, and that's why they're bringing it up. It could be as simple as that. But remember not to judge, because one of the first past life regressions I did, they wanted to show me that everybody was standing together. It was literally Jesus was there, John Lennon was there, Hitler was there, Abe Lincoln was there. They were all standing together on the other side. Okay. So the underlying energy at 223, so going past the 222 to 223, which came up with the Metatron deck and the Nature's Whispers deck. The 223 is the 2 of the High Priestess, or the Divine Feminine, and the 23 of the King of Wands. The underlying energy of the 54, so there's the Universal Mercury coming up, with the Earth Angel card. And I literally saw Gabriel right there. So the Earth Angel was coming up as Gabriel, the 54, Universal Mercury. The 46 of the authentic selves, the inner children loving each other, or the outer children loving each other. The 37 of the King of Cups, an ideal course of action. And the 16 of the sudden events, or tower, or epiphanies, or energetic exchange. The empty well of sudden need. And then at 225, many crows were barking outside. They were flying south. At 225, the Divine Feminine and the Knight of Wands. So we go from the King of Wands to the Knight of Wands, so taking action. The Page of Swords, the Universal Mercury, the Earth Angel, Gabriel, blanketing the little ones. The inner and the outer children are authentic selves. So who are you again? Right? Because you're both the masculine and the feminine inner children. You are the key to unconditional love. Or the Page of Swords, Universal Mercury, and the King of Cups. The city and the country, the people on the bridge, the suburbs, the ideal course of action, a sudden time to replenish with the empty well. So the M and the T was coming up. So again, the Mounties in Canada were coming up again here. The capital M is the 2 IMs with the V in the middle of creation, and the T is the top dog, the source, right? The dead end at the top. It's also time out. The 2 IMs create with source, Mounties, time out at 0 point. And that can also reference you as the 2 mountains. I am the mountain, so that's coming up as well. And it's about your self-empowerment there. I am the mountain. So like ground 0, and Spirit's connecting with me. And someone's connecting with me because I think it was, I forget, there was a show, maybe a dating show that came up this week. They were planning their songs for their wedding. I can't remember what the movie was, or the show, but they both liked the song, but the song was written by somebody who was a child abuser, So she refused to have that song in her wedding. But then when I just brought up I am the mountain, right? There's dark energy around this person as well. But I was getting very positive energy connection when I brought up the music. Right? So see that person for the dark and the light that they are. Right? Don't give up on them is what Source is saying. It's like when your child does something bad, do you give up on them? No. You know, it's just like if you guys have never seen the shoot, what's that movie called? I want to say The Box, but it's not The Box. It's about God and the guy who lost their child. Shoot, I know most of you know what movie I'm talking about. But yeah, it's such a good, I love that movie because it explains things so well, and that's where that reference of, you know, God and their children, right? So just like God, like you and your children, you're not going to pick one over the other because one's better than the other in your perspective, right? Just like Source energy doesn't discriminate between all of their children. Their children are their children. They're all parts of themselves, the dark and the light. So again, the Mounties coming up, the two I Ams create with Source, the Mounties time out at 0 point field. And it was coming up, the time out is time-0, like ground zero, time 0. And also the movie The Chalk Line came up, which was very good. It was very disturbing, and you think it's going to be a scary movie, but it's not. I mean, it's a dark movie, but it's not a scary movie. It's about child abuse, really. So The Chalk Line is coming up. Time 0, like ground zero. The Chalk Line. So feel about, if you've seen the movie, feel into that reference as well. 235 is the High Priestess and the Wounded Warrior. The underlying energy of the 49 of the Woman of Light, the 29 of the Three of Wands. But I was getting the choked ovary in that picture for the Three of Wands card in the Journey of Love. It's very gangrene kind of energies of the fallopian tubes and the ovary. So there's that energy of the choked off ovary or the choked off divine feminine. And the 49 of the illuminated woman of light, divine feminine. And the 15 of the shadow or the mother praise. The 50 of the cloak of the family, the 10 of cups of emotional fulfillment. And the 62 of the choice of to be in prison or to be released. Strangling the ovary or free tubes, she basking in the light with self-love as the dark mother prays. But the praying mantis also bites their head off, just as somebody would yell at someone for no reason. As the 10 of Cups collective, or the Christ family, is the cloak, the 9 of Cups and the 10 of Cups, with the shadow or the mother between them, right? Because their energies are much higher than theirs. Instead of fearing the shadow between them, it's about the 10 of Cups and 9 of Cups who are at the epitome of their emotions to heal them, right? Between, it's the space between. 3 purple cards came up all in a row, and they were periwinkle purple, which I love periwinkle. So periwinkle came up as peri, and then the winkle, which is the double U's in the KLE, which is the key. So the peri is also per the lowercase I, which is the chakra system, with the dot is the third eye. Per the chakra system, the win key, or the double U's in the key. Your resonance, your harmony, where the 49 and 15 and the 50 come together, that I just explained, add up to 114. Which when I looked that up in Gematria was a Magdalene energy. And the 62, or the choice of prison or freedom. By the way, this all came up, the 3 purple cards of periwinkle came up at, well, it looks like it came up around the 39s of 40s, which is the Knight and Page of Cups, which is the most innocent, pure love of the deck. So the choice of the prison or freedom, with the note, the tone, that you pick the key in which to sing. And the 1221 energy was coming up here, not because of the numbers, but of the 21 number. when the 21 comes together with the 1, where they're kind of attached, you know, it can kind of look like a 4 if the 1 is too long, or it can look like a backwards K as well. And that may be a symbol, but that I'm not familiar with. But it's also referencing the 1 along the back of the whispering bench. And remember, the shape of the K comes up as Orion and Taurus, which is where he faces the dragon self. So and there's another movie about the stranger, if you've seen that one. There's an image of him leaning on the pole a couple times in the movie because there's a point to that. But literally the energy of the man leaning on the pole came up here because there was that dark energy. But the movie was also about not giving up on people who have dark. And this guy was super dark in what he did. But this other person who was around him was able to show him love and rise above that because he actually got to know him before he found out what he did. There's another message about that, and Spirit's connecting with me. Again, this is about unconditional love. Obviously, that came up, and again. I was just thinking the movie I watched last night, The Good Nurse, right? Rising above the bad things they did to see the humanity within them, to see, and Spirit's connecting with me, to still hold that unconditional love. Obviously, you're not going to hang out with that person. And in The Good Nurse, I won't tell you the whole story, but, you know, she may have had fear feelings of this man hanging out with her children who she had gotten to know as a really good friend. Right? How many of your friends have done something bad? Right? You don't shut them out just because they did one thing bad. Yet if they keep displaying the same thing over again, you're not going to hang out with them either. But you're still holding that space of love. It's not like you don't love them anymore. But you're using your common sense as not to hang out with someone who may do something harmful to you or your children. The 21, and that doesn't have to be something really bad. It can just be energy of that you don't resonate with, right? They have certain opinions and you have certain other opinions, and you're not agreeing, and that's affecting your relationship. And if you can't work it out, maybe that's time to just be apart for a while. And maybe you'll never see each other again, and maybe you will come back together again. It's always about having an open heart in every moment and allowing things to come back to you if you feel it. You'll know if the energy's right. Trust yourself. The 21 of the world and the whole, that she is the moon, both the Mary Magdalene human and the human Jesus. So the dark side's coming up as well as the sunny side up. She is whole and complete in the 21 of the divine feminine and divine masculine, as well as the 3, where she is also she and the he. He is within she. And she is, and she thee. So if you write she and he, it looks like she thee is the moon. So she is he, but she's also thee. She is the moon, the M-O and the O-N of the Mary Magdalene, the Jesus humans, right? Not their Christed or higher aspect, but their human self, independent with choice, of Capricorn and Pisces coming up here. And then Capricorn and Pisces always come up because I always get that for Jesus, because I keep getting his birthday as January 7th with Pisces rising. And I think it was, I can't remember the year, I think it came to 7/7, like January 7th minus 7 BC, rising in March. Capricorn, Pisces rising with the emotion of laughter, which is Aquarius. And remember, the last 3 signs are the keys in alchemy of Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, the 3 keys. The 777, which also can reference the E with a tail down below, right, the backward E. Which, remember that the gamma ray was originally like a 7 as opposed to the forward F, which is the digamma. So if you put 3 gammas together, it's an E with a tail down below, but it's the reversed E. So what was coming up here, the 7 with the F, which is the 3 gamma wave, the 3 keys. It's the 7 and the F, which, notice if you put 7 and F together, it's twin flames. Okay? So the 777s is actually 1 7, it's actually 1 7, and the other 2 7s are facing the other way, the digamma of the capital F. The TF of the twin flames is the three keys. It's coming up as referencing the three keys of like Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. There's also 7F, which is the original wave and the digamma. 7F also came up in Gematria as the letter F, which again is digamma, which F is also the sixth letter. So there's 6 of love, family, community, and the spiral. Along with F in Gematria, the 7F came up with Abba, Ada, or Ada, and ABC. ABC, talking about 1, 2, 3. So Michael Jackson came up in this read as well. So he's coming up again. Thank you, Michael. At 3, 36, and 6, those numbers also came up with the letter F. 7F also is a heavy-duty gas turbine. 7F or 7-F is also the reference for Wikipedia. That was interesting because that's big, right? 7-F or 7F. And there's that space between again being referenced. And VAUGHT, YA-7F, is an attack aircraft, and also the IATA code for first air. 7F also equals sevenfold, and that's a music video. And then getting back to the cards, where the top of the page of Jesus on January 7th, born January 7, the time was 2:49, the next line was 2:50, which is the 49 and 50 we just referenced, with the dark energy between them. Right, that dark mother type of energy, or any dark energy between them, that they can transmute that energy and help them rise up to their energy as opposed to dipping down into their energy. The 49 of the 9 of Cups, which is the individual who's in their emotional fulfillment, and the 10 of Cups, which references the family and complete joy and emotional fulfillment. The 35 of the wounded warrior and intimacy here. The 6 of the angel, or Jupiter awaken here. 6 is the lovers, but the card is the angel of Jupiter awaken, and Jupiter Sagittarius. And we just talked about Jesus, so that now they're bringing up Jesus and God, because I'm getting the birthday for God I keep getting is 2 dates were coming up, is December 7th and 13th, which references the week, which was very interesting, and they always bring humorous things up for me. But that would bring him into Sagittarius and Jesus into Capricorn. But if you go according to Ophiuchus, then God would be in Ophiuchus and Jesus would be in Sagittarius. And I always talk about Mr. Ed, which is Sagittarius energy. So the 14 card then came up of the angels falling. And again, the energy of the Ides coming up here in the Ides of March. And so the 15th would have been the Ide, unless it was a month where they used the 13th. That would have been the Ide, right? Or it's considered the day before. It's 11:44 on the clock, by the way. The Ides of March. It's 11:44 is coming up because that was the assassination year 44 of Caesar, which is going to come up in this read. So the Ides of March 3:15, the 14th would be the second Ides, and then the 13th would be the third Ides of March. But it's different if the month is on a 13, right? It's only certain months that it's the 15th. So the wounded warrior here and the angel falling, right? Blinded by the light. With the 13 of transition and gifts received here, which 13 is the third of Ides, and then the 61 of the one who risks to love. The 61 is that, liar, cheater, thief card, but it's really a card of taking a risk. Here she risks to love. The 61 also comes up as the whale card, very deep in the ocean, in the bubble of the portal, in the, I think that this is Shaman Dreams deck. The 25 of the Knight of Wands, which comes up as the seat of the heart, but like a question mark here. Right, the Knight of Wands is that curious energy that gets going because they want to find something. They seek and find. The Knight of Wands, and then the 45 of the Purge card, the 5 of Cups, of that hidden beauty. Right, the Purging card. To find the hidden beauty. And then the 54, which is the reverse of 45, of the Earth Angel, the Page of Swords, Universal Mercury. So that was coming up as Gabriel. So to find your hidden beauty through the purge. And here was coming up the wounded warrior, the angel falling of the lovers, the love family community, the transition of gifts being received. The third of Ides was coming up with that. And that she risked to love the Knight of Wands, perhaps even if they were the Knight of Wands reversed, who's the player energy. Did they play them, the seed of the heart? The one who also initiates, though, and gets them going, perhaps is the sexy one, or because they use their energy in a really positive way, even though they may have done something in a negative way. The 45 of the hidden beauty, the 54 of the Earth Angel, the Page of Swords, all with a choice. The 21, that she is the moon, the 21 of the all, the completion point, the divine feminine or the Pisces energy, that she is the moon, holding up the moon, is the other deck. Here it's a much softer energy of being the soft feminine, right? As in, instead of holding up the moon, the vortex within her, that kind of ovary energy within her. The 21, that she is the moon, and the 38 of the Queen of Cups, again, very Pisces energy here. The pearl threaded, of being, with one foot in this world, one in the next. And the pearl threaded is the thread that connects us all, that energetic thread, and being present to self-satisfaction with the numbers 29, 49, 15, 50, and 62 that had come up with the shadow in between. So here we have the 29, 49, which is being present to self-satisfaction and getting your wish. And on the other side, the 50 of the family with the 62 prison and the shadow aspect in the middle. So being present to self-satisfaction with the shadow and the fulfillment of the happy family, which can be a prison or a release, depending on your perspective, that she is the pearl or the purple moon, threaded, the beauty created within. The pearl passed from mother to daughter in healing and forgiving lovers after separation, being whole versus in separation from source, creator. And then 2 cards came up of the 44 of Rings of Time. Remember, the 44 also was equating to the 52, the Lady of Light, the Queen of Swords, and Lady Liberty, being the social worker Atlas. And the Rings of Time is very much the old man in this deck, the one in the wheelchair, right, showing their wisdom because they've been here for a long time, they've experienced a lot. And then the 20 of the newbie, the sweet soul rising, the inner child. The grounding, integrating, and mastering of love comes with time and a wake-up call to source support of the 2, the divine feminine, which equals the feminine and the masculine, the life experience and the wake-up to who you really are, the authentic self of your soul, the old person in a wheelchair and the sweet soul rising, both. The 44 and the 20 coming up is the old guy and the newbie, which are again the polarities, and bring them back to the middle. 44 and 20 equals 64, which is where the worst of the pain is over, or the worst pain you can imagine, versus the bliss. 1-3-1, which is 1 to 3 to 1. 3 cards sharing with 2 equals 1-3-1. And it's also coming up as six R221. Oh, or 2. So the 1-3-1 was also coming up as 2-2-1 in the way the cards came up, where 1-3-1 equals 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. So there's that space between of the 2 again being very prominent. The divine masculine to source is the divine feminine space between. The bridge, the love, the ether, the Mercury messenger, the pearl to pearl, connecting the dots, vortex to vortex, the phone home, the source direct is the divine feminine. And this finished at 3:15, where I started the underlying energy here, and 3:15 is the Ides of March. And I'd asked earlier than this, when this stuff came up about Jesus, I said, so what's the date in March? Right, so the rising doesn't necessarily need a date, and that may equate with 3/7 since I'm getting the date of January 7th. But I asked for a date, and they gave me 3/15, which is the Ides of March, for Jesus rising, right? Notice that Julius Caesar is JC. So JC was assassinated on 3/15, the Ides of March. The third of the Ides of March, which was 3/13, and then 3/14, which 3/14 is my daughter's birthday, 3/13 is my sister-in-law's birthday. So they're both coming up for me. But again, being the second Ides and the third Ides. And then the 12th in other months where the Ide is the 13, but I don't know if the Ides actually references the 15 months. But anyway, the Ides word comes up as the young woman, the lady, the virgin, the den of the bear or the badger in order to hibernate. The Ide is to go, walk, flow, run, leak, to function, work, belong to, pass, elapse. She whole with gifts, he imprisoned by family, with the 15 or shadow between. The Ides of March, the 15 in the middle of the month, of the wounded warrior lovers and their family. The second and third Ides of falling and gifts received, where she risks to love, and the Knight of Wands, the seed, purging to discover the hidden beauty, for the Page of Swords messenger with a choice always. The Earth Angel, Page of Swords, the whole, WHOLE, the whole Magdalene, the Queen of Cups, threading the pearls as the lover, grounding, integrating, and mastering, their sweet soul rising as one and two. The Ides of March is the 74th day of the 44 year before Christ, the assassination of JC, or Julius Caesar. And notice the 74th day from the crown of 7 to the 4 of the heart, of grounding, integrating, and mastering, the 44 BC, which BC can also be the transition to the whispering bench. The 44 also being the 52 of the Queen of Swords, or Lady Liberty. The 74th day of the 44th year, the assassination of JC, or Julius Caesar. At 350, which is then 0, backing up the wounded warrior of 35. 3 of the Empress and the 50 of the family. Because remember, the Empress is seen as the one of the people, but it's the one within of the people, where the king is the one without to the people. The underlying energy of the wounded warrior and the quote-unquote family. The family. And the twin flame 28 with the electromagnetic grid. Where remember EMG is also GEM of the gem. Well, EMG, when you look it up in Gematria, is Mecca. M-E-C-C-A, and there's a space between each capital letter, which the other numbers that came up with it were 42, 150, and 25. The EMG, which remember G is like a 6, it's the spiral energy. And then the TF was coming up of the twin flame, but the 7F, so EM6 and 7F was also coming up here. Remember, F is also a 6, so the 7-6 is coming up, and that kept coming up as well. And that came up already the other day as the 67 of the Knight of Pentacles, right, moving towards the 77 of the sovereignty. But you never actually get there because it's the Knight of Pentacles. It's the loyal, humble servant, which God would see themselves as, right, serving their children, getting them and themselves to their independence, that 77, which is also that double key, the digamma energy. And again, that energy of 99, never nearing the end. It's that same kind of energy. The 6-7 or the 6-6-6-6-6-6-6 is actually rounded off to 6-7. So 6-7 isn't actually 6-7, it's 6.6666, right? So that energy was coming up here with the electromagnetic grid, Mecca, and the twin flame, or the 7F. And then Meg also came up with the EMG, MEG, which was coming up as, it's 4, 5, and 7, but actually 4, 5, 6 to 7 was coming up here. Remember, G-O-D, the letter D also can mean the capital letter M, because it used to be the symbol of 2 parentheses with the 1 in the middle is the letter M. And so D can be referenced as M as well. So GOD can equal GOM. So I looked up GOM, which means fool. And it also is God, exclamation point. Gum, eraser, to gather people together. Palate, good. Regard, man. Want, to consist of. To comprise, to hide, to conceal. So there's that energy of hibernation. The place where things are hidden or stowed away, right? The place of secrets. And that was coming up as GOM, or God, the place of secrets where things are stored away. To gather together, the fool and God, exclamation point. Remember, exclamation point is the reversal of the lowercase I, the chakra system, the finger of God, right? Creating the uppercase I. The lowercase I. So again, remember also the Ides of March is the ID, and then the E, which is the egg cracked open. The I divine, or the id of the ego, and the lowercase e of the egg cracked open, or the I of the chakra system awakened. The 401 of the emperor and the 1 of the magician, the mother's love, the aqua rose gold, mother's heart, which equals the water. Aqua is water and emotion, and then rose, which means risen, to the ancient one, which is gold. God is old, the ancient one. The water or emotion risen to the ancient one, to God. Your heart rising into source energy, creator source. The 6 of love, and love, family, and community, and the lovers. The 55 of the truth, the Excalibur, the wisdom. So there's that light and love energy coming up with the 6 and the 55. The shaman's truth of safety, strength, and power. And how, again, the energy of the hand. Making, and then they're showing me as how is like the same thing as God, exclamation point. And how, and now is coming up right there too. How and now. Facing your hands up to the sun. I was doing that this morning, and you really feel the heat coming into your hands. Making a peace offering at Thanksgiving with the top dog, the time out or time-0, the 6 to 7, the sweetest spot to be in. The 55 or 2 5s is overkill or roadkill, as a truck just went by, in order to get to the 1. 5 is overrated. 6 and 7 are much sweeter, as the 23/5 King of Wands knows. The 24/6 is sweeter than the King of Wands and has more personality. And the Knight of Wands 25/7, will they get the job done? And Spirit's connecting with me, big there, right? Because we're leading up to the 26th, which the day was yesterday, of the Page of Wands. The 4 is the Emperor and letting go, time for release. The 9 of the Emperor to the Hermit, the 4 to the 9, from control to win. You notice how many 2s are coming up here. The 4-9, or the 4 to 9, from control to within. The 2 U's going in. The end, the time to take action, to start again, where movement is needed. And there's that Knight of Wands getting us going. Running with the shadow, and I was just getting the song, Running with the Shadow. And is that Stevie Nicks? Running with the Shadow? I can't remember. But the 46 and the Knicks are coming up, so that could be the basketball players. The 46 of the inner and outer children. And I was just getting the... shoot, I can't remember what they're called. What's the basketball team called for fun? Anyway, they're coming up. I'm blanking. It's 12 o'clock on the dot. So high noon. Source energy backing up the 1 and the 2. The Hanging Man of Wisdom, seeing new perspectives. And the 46 of the inner and outer children, loving each other. And I'm blanking out on the name of the basketball team that we all have fun with. Anyway, it'll come to me. But you guys know who I'm talking about. The other you, the authentic self on the shelf. So it's saying, running with the shadow, the 46, the other you. Your authentic self that you put on a shelf. And so now we're going to ask you again, who are you? Are you just the you that you choose to see? Or are you all of the you? The part of you also that you put on a shelf, or the part that's in yourself, your subconscious. that you don't address. The truth of the there's something else about the Nyx coming up. Oh, the Globetrotters. All right, so the Nyx and the Globetrotters coming up. But now my nephew Nick is coming up, who's wonderful, by the way. And to nix things in the butt, they're saying. To nix things in the butt, the truth of the King of Wands, Emperor, Hermit, right? So they're all him. The King of Wands, the Emperor, and the Hermit is the two children, the inner and the outer, loving each other. The shaman off balance until he takes a run with a bird. The Divine Feminine completed, the Divine Feminines complete the preparations here at 4:09. Again, the 4 and the 9 of the Emperor and the Hermit with space between. And remember, the 2 dots of time is a 1. The 1 is just 2 points connecting energetically in an arc. So there's the arc and then the 0. The 4 arcing with source to get to the 9. So the 0 or the space between is coming up as the need for you to, because you're the Divine Feminine, you're coming up as the space between, because you're the one who's able to connect direct to source in order to pull in the Divine Masculine, so to speak. The space between is source energy, the Divine Feminine connection. The first card here is the 15 of the shadow. For clarity on the shadow, go within. Remember, there's positives to the shadow as well. To shower in the diamond light, the 42 of the 2 of Cups, the 1-1 or the 1-2-1. Go with the flow on the whispering bench. Go into your masculines. The 1-1 is polarizing to your masculine, using the feminine to connect between. To go with the flow on the whispering bench or the canoe down the salt river, where the salty meets the fresh, the preserved meets the new, the ancient ones meet the new ones, the ancient ones receiving the light, and the newbies in the shadow backpack, right? Because they don't know, so they might come off as more human or shadowy. They're shadowing them to learn. The 31 of the 5 of Wands and the transformation of the group and how to receive the light. What it is to receive a child within which the feminine knows because she gives birth. To open one's arms to receive whatever they get, to all that is. That's that faith, that leap of faith with an open heart. The mother receiving the soul to her womb. The ancient 44, which is also the 52, which is coming up as Hercules. 44 is the Hercules, whereas 36 is the Atlas. 44 is the Hercules, and the 52 of the Queen of Swords, Lady Liberty, and the 8. You notice that 44 is an 8. 52 is a 7, so there's the 7 going to the 8 with her harvest. And the Queen of Swords, Light, which is 7, 52. And that 6 to 7 is the sweetest spot. But to get to 8 on earth is made in heaven. 7 is the key, and I gotta star that too. That's a really important message there. The ancient 44/52. Oh, I just realized what that connection is too. That's my life lesson number, my twin's life lesson number. The ancient 44/52, Hercules, her harvest is the 8. The Queen of Swords, Light, is the 7, the Queen of Swords. But the 6 to 7 is the sweetest spot. But to get to the 8 on earth is Made in Heaven. And if you've never seen the movie Made in Heaven, you must see that. It's a wonderful movie. 7 is the key, the moment before. But 8 is heaven on earth, living the dream. So instead of dying at the 8, you've pulled it into your reality. So 7 is the key, the moment before you die, right? Because 7 is the key to the other side, traditionally. But the 8 is heaven on earth, which we are pulling into our realm, living the dream. 15 and 42 are both 6s, 15/6 and 42/6. The 6 is the spiral, the G, and 52/7 and 12 space 4, 5. Okay, so 15 and 42 are 1, 2, 4, and 5 with the space between. The 3 is missing there. With the space between. So 3 is coming up as that Christ energy, right? That Christ energy of the feminine, the Christ Sophia, to direct connect to source. The Hanging Man and the Purge with the 3, the Empress. And again, Sophia coming up here. The Earth Terra, I always spell Terra as T-E-H-R-A as opposed to T-E-R-R-A, but it comes up both ways because Terra is coming up as one with the Earth, right? The Earth is coming up with the bridge, like the castle with the drawbridge. Right now, the Earth is attached to Terra, right? And Earth and Terra spelled the same way. T-E-H-R-A is the same letters as Earth. But once we make that full 5D connection to the other side, then the Earth breaks free from the bridge, and then it becomes Terra, T-E-R-R-A, which is 26. By the way, Earth and Terra are 25, which is the Knight of Wands. But then when it breaks off, they become Terra, T-E-R-R-A, as the 5D attached to the bridge. Then it becomes T-E-R-R-A with the 26, an even more innocent energy or more pure energy. And then Gaia now, by the way, because Gaia with an E is Gaia with spelled with the E's, G-A-E-A, is 14, but Gaia spelled with an I, which is the chakra system. Remember, E is a cracked open egg, a human. But the lowercase I is the 18 of the chakra system, which also references the purple moon and 0 point field, but 14 also references the angelic realms. So we'll see how that works out, whether 14 or 8 prevail. 18 being the 0 point field, where the point of creation, which is that source energy, whereas 14 is the angelic realms, right before the source energies. So Gaia with an E is coming up as the now energy or the 3D energy, but the 18 is the other side. It's the 144 going to the 18, the 44-8. Hanging out on the Earth and the bridge now, though, waiting for Gaia to open on the other side. And the 18 0 point field, the gateway to the moon and back. Not 20 and back, but 18 and back. And 2018 is coming up here too. So Mary Magdalene, Jesus portal and teachings. So 20 and back would be referencing going to Mars and back, and I'm sure some have gone to the moon and back, but they're delineating these things, all right? So 20 and back is the negative aspect of going to Mars and being a slave, but now where the moon's been cleared, it's being called now 18 and back, where the divine feminine daughter can find their independence now and not be recycled over and over back to Earth again, but find their ascension. It's now that it's cleared. So the 18 of the 0 point field, the gateway to the moon and back, not 20 and back, but 18 and back. The Mary Magdalene / Jesus portal, right? The human aspect, the human angels, and their teachings of the moon, not Mars, where Mars is coming up as Ma-R-S, or I am and I am create ours, not yours. So again, there's a service to self kind of energy there, or there is right now anyway. That may change in the future. So there's one card here, which is the 11, which is coming up as the clarion, clear channel. The 1 and the 1 with space between. And remember, the 1 is 2 dots connecting with an arc. So 2 arcs, the clarion clear channel of justice, truth, and balance, which 11 I also talk about as the 6D, instant manifestation. So it's the station of instant manifest, the 6D. 6D is also G, and then the 1 of the arc, the 2 dots, and then the half circle of the whispering bench, which also can be the M of co-creation. But here it's coming up as the whispering bench, which is the 2 U's whispering to each other, directly connected, and then also arcing at the same time. And I'm getting that like arc, you know, if you see like in Frankenstein, you'll see 2 metal poles and then them arcing energy between them. So I'm literally seeing the metal circle, and it can go both ways, either the metal circle and then arcing between the 2 ends of the circle, or the line with 2 dots at the end, arcing the whispering bench as the actual arc. But they're also showing a dash between the 2 dots. So the 2 dots with the dash between is the lowercase I and the exclamation point together. Okay, so the 1 is actually dot, line, dot, which is also Morse code. So 6D is GD, or the direct connect to God. Remember that the 5D is the station. It's where you can go anywhere you want. The 6D is where you can perpetually stay in and direct connect without human interference, is what I was getting here. The spiral and the whispering bench arcing as the lowercase chakra I, the chakra system, and the exclamation point at the same time. Oh God. So literally they had me do lowercase I, oh God, and then exclamation point. And that God came up exclamation point as G-O-M, GOM, G-O-M. And MOG, I don't know if M-O-G is a word. Oh, it's oh my God, O-M-G. Okay, so God, that's why OMG is very appropriate here, because it's God is GOM as well, and the M is the mountain. It's also the rolling stone. The O is the human aspect of God here, and then the G is the spiral of the energy to source. So again, you see I brought up the exclamation point with the lowercase I since the beginning of my journey almost. That's part of my alphabet, which at some point, if I create a book of some kind, I will list all of my codes in there. If that's something that's of interest to you guys, let me know. 11 is, again, the 2 lines, the 2 arcs with space between of the angel alignment. And notice alignment is a line, which is 2 dots. It's not a line, it's an arc. An arc that's meant. So alignment is actually an arc. The angel arc, the archangel. To arc times 2, or double A, please, and that started with the Gematria entry this morning. The 11 of the angel alignment of the 60 instant manifestation to arc times 2, please. Get in line. Again, line being the arc between 2 dots. Leap by 2s or via to the other side. So you're leaping by 2s to the other and then to the other side. So why a boat floats? Because they arc. Because they arc it and disperse from the center. So again, why, the shape of the boat is the way it is coming up here. Why a boat floats is because they arc it, right? The bottom of the boat's shaped like an arc. They disperse the energy from the center like a ray. A curved spine with wind in their sails, like breath in the lungs to lift your wings at 4:30. The 4 of the Emperor, the 30 of the Union, the home. To lift the wings and call home, or in other words, call home is breathing out. Blow up, like I've been telling you. And you were getting guided to see source as a vacuum, pulling all the dark energy when you breathe out. It's your message back home, right? So you're calling home. You're lifting your wings by breathing in. And then when the wings close, you're calling home. That's the breathe out, to blow up. To breathe in your lungs to lift your wings, and then breathe out as your call home to source at 4:30. The 4 of the Emperor and stability and the 30 of the home, the union. So then this got really tricky here. So a lot of energies came up here. So it was, again, reminding you to look up, keep breathing back up to source. Keep your direct connect open, keep it clear by letting go of your dark energy back to source to be transmuted, right? That's no biggie for God, right? God, they created everything, the dark and the light. Send it all back, okay? You don't have to put the dark energy in the earth. If you're putting the dark energy in the earth, that could mean, right, that the earth is going to transmute that energy too. But who's that dark energy going to hit first? Is it going to hit first the earth, or is it going to hit someone who's living in the earth? So think about that. Let me know what you think about that in the comments below. So look up was coming up, And again, the numbers regarding the different names. So Terra with 2 R's is 26, like I said before, where Terra with an H, T-E-H-R-A, which now, because it's connected to Earth, is still the Earth energy of 25. 25 of the Knight of Wands, right, which gets going. They're a man of action, right? And they're sexy and they're creative. But we get to the Page of Wands, it's the innocent, you know, teenager who wants to go out on a date. They have this pure creative energy. It's not quite tainted yet, right? The Page of Wands can also represent the seed, the 26, and the 26,000 coming up here. And remember what I said about Gaia spelled with an E and an I, right? Where with an E it's 14 and with an I it's 18. So, and also AE is ash, so G-A-E-A can be G-ash-A, which was referencing Ganesh. With the spaces between. So along with the cracked egg, the lowercase e, and versus the lowercase I, which is the chakra system activated, the earth also came up here, literally, online as the 3 signs, not in English, but Toro, T-O-R-O, came up for Taurus, and then for Virgin, or Virgo, V-E-R-G-I-N-E, came up, and Capricorno. So I don't know if that was Italian or something else, but so, and that could be Spanish, or I don't know what language it was, but Toro, Virgin, or Vergine, and then Capricorno, if it's Italian, I don't know. So those energies of the earth signs were coming up along with the cracked egg and the lowercase I, because the earth element is the last one in the tarot. It represents your culmination of what you're doing here on earth, right? Pentacles isn't about the etheric realms, it's about the earth realms. So, and Ricardo came up the other day in Gematria, so I'm like, well, why is Ricardo coming up? And Ricardo can be Richard as well, but it is a slightly different energy. It's spelled differently with a different sound. But as soon as Ricardo came up again right here with Puerto Rico. So Capricorn brought that up because Capricorn is Cap, Rico, and then RN. And by the way, I watched The Good Nurse last night, which is the RN. But Capricorn breaks down into the RN, which means not only is it a registered nurse, but it's right now, the name, identity, and reputation, and the young animal, right? So the ego-driven human is the young animal, right? Even though they're innocent too, they may do things very animalistic because they're unaware of their consciousness and how to use it quite yet, right? So Capricorn is also very representative of the culmination. It's the final earth sign of the human. In alchemy, it was coming up as the completed human. But then you need the key to finish Capricorn and go into Aquarius and Pisces. So here is the culmination of the Capricorn, which is referencing the other messages that are going to be coming up in a minute. So stay tuned because there's dates that are coming up here, or timelines anyway. So Capricorn is Cap, Rico, and RN. So the way this message came up regarding Ricardo and Puerto Rico, so I put them in, and I don't watch the news, so I didn't know this. And I took a break right there because I had to go to the bathroom. Ricardo and Puerto Rico brought up the governor of Puerto Rico, who's Ricardo, which I didn't know. So Ricardo Antonio Rosello Navarez, who's American and Spanish, and it was born, by the way, March 7th, which would reference the reference I brought up earlier, as in the rising sign to Jesus on January 7th. But 3/7/1979, which took me back because it's the year I graduated from high school. And I was trying to think, what was I doing that year around March 7th in Pisces? And that was a very difficult time because my high school boyfriend, his ex had forced him, right? Nobody can force you, but at the time, he said she forced him to call me and break up with me. And I didn't understand, right? Because we were just in love and together, and I got it all out of my system so I could go back to school the next day and actually function. And then he comes back a couple days later to say that she made him do it and blah, blah, blah. But this is what I was going through at this time of his birth. So I was trying to get this energy of Ricardo Antonio in Pisces. And I'm Virgo, which is my, my other axis. So the governor 2017 to 19, who resigned on August 2nd, 19, after protests related to the Telegram Gate scandal. So, and the comedic comments are Chatgate and Ricky Leaks, because July 8th, 19, there was a group chat of him with his cabinet that was leaked. So 442, which is the Emperor and the 42 of the Two of Cups. So the news, so I opened my iPad, to see that, and the news came up 5 days ago as PR, privatized power grid collapses, its owner eyes a bigger payday. So here's now referencing Puerto Rico again, where Luma took over repairing the power line September 20th, 22, because of the blackout. The 11-month blackout left 1,000 or thousands dead from Hurricane Maria. And then I was getting, this was not only here, but when I was coming back from the bathroom, I was getting the double diamond energy, the nova, like the no hell like a woman scorned, right? The fury of a woman scorned was coming up as the supernova as I came back from the bathroom, but then it came up again here. So the energy of Maria, and then this guy, so this is not the mayor, this is a doctor, citizen, a family physician actually. He only lost power for 5 of the 11 months. He bought a diesel generator and solar panels. Andres, and his name was Andre, I'm not going to say this, Gutierrez, and then his last name was Toro, T-O-R-O, which just came up as Taurus. He was considering himself lucky, and remember that Taurus is in the North Node. So recently, Fiona had knocked it out again. And again, there was comments about it changing the real estate market, because obviously nobody wants to live in a place that's going to get destroyed. So Roslyn came up. Roslyn, West Central Mexico, Category 3 was the next storm, 10/24/22. And there's Roslyn is the rose line. Again, and we don't know if these storms are being created by CERN, right? So you have to discern everything. A lot of the stuff, the natural disasters, can be being created by the elite, because they have the CERN, the collider isn't just under the Alps, it's all over the world. There's at least 50 of them. And I was getting the energy of one with Gates out in Seattle under the Needle. So there may be energy over there as well. So we know that they can make earthquakes and storms. They have these machines under the oceans out there, and they can do anything they want in that respect, especially with the help of ETs outside the Earth. So trading 2 new tropical disturbances, as well as Puerto Rico getting hit with Roslyn, 10/24/22, one near Bermuda, and again another one near Puerto Rico in the next few days. And so what is this? Well, Puerto Rico, Bermuda, and Florida Keys, where did we just have a storm? Is the Bermuda Triangle, all right, where one of the arcs is in the triangle at the bottom of the sea. So we have the Florida Keys, and there's the Keys of Florida, which looks like a key, right? And then we have, and again, Italy looks like a key too, as I was just trying to speak Italian, right? And then we have Puerto Rico, Spanish, and Italy, maybe coming up there. And again, very much the Rose Line, and this connection here with the storms and the Bermuda Triangle, and then going from Taurus, then Toro, of the doctor here, who's a family physician who was helping other people with energy and stuff like that when they had lost everything. And then Capricorn, which is putting a cap on Rico right now due to young animal, name, ID, and reputation. So again, these storms, the young animal, the Rose Line, there's no hell like a woman's fury, the Rose Line of the divine feminine. So she's coming in as the young animal. And that was so much the energy of my sweet little great niece who came in, who just passed away. She was coming in as the energy of my grandmother, who was this energy. There's, no hell like a woman scorned. She'd been through everything in her life. And I guess she's coming, I was getting the message she's coming right back. I think she's coming right back as twins because my Yaya, my other grandmother's coming in too. I don't know if someone's having twins, but there's that energy of twins coming in now. The Capricorn putting a cap on Rico right now due to the young animal, the name, ID, and reputation. So if you get something from that message, please put it in the comments below. And then the Virgin, the Virgo, which came up third. So the only thing that came up with Virgo here, besides myself, is the Virginia police chief resigns. That was the shooting plot. Darrell Brooks found guilty at all 76 counts. There's a 76 of the 6 and the 7. And that was the Waukesha Christmas murders, where they drove through the crowd. They killed 6 and dozens injured driving through the 2021 parade. So back to the read of the Clarion Call to Mother Mary, Mother Magdalene Mary, the Blue Madonna, which is the Black Madonna. It's just very deep blue. I'm getting the deep blue of the whale at the bottom of the ocean, right? Very deep blue. She's experienced a lot like my grandmother. My grandmother was orphaned at the age of 10. Her name was Esther. And Esther Williams has been coming up a lot lately too about soaking in the water to connect, and the bathing cap as your, the brain on fire opening with all the flowers, the flowering lotus. But my grandmother, Esther, was, from the many starving Polish families in Poland who worked in Polish sewing factories, raising her little brother when she was 10 years old. She did have an older brother who was much older than her, who eventually helped her get to France. And she was very proud of the fact, per my mother, that she never had to sleep with anyone to get there for food or anything like that. So she was in some kind of harem on the way to France, where she did some sewing work there, something very lavish. And then she made her way to France, where she dressed models in Paris. And then when my dad was born in 27 in Paris, and when he was 10, they had to move because of the war. So they moved to an apartment building in England first, that was being aerated. And my father just recounts, for a little boy, they don't know. So for them, it's more of an adventure because they're kept protected. They would send him out to the farm country as well, so he'd be out of the line of fire, so to speak. But my grandfather was an engineer. He was the one who was my grandfather, but not my biological grandfather. And he lost 7 sisters in the Holocaust. So him and my grandmother obviously bonded when she was pregnant with my father in the middle of the war. And he very much wanted to, I'm sure, protect her from the war at the time. So, she went through this hellish kind of a life. But she was ballsy. She was the one who was always telling me, she was an artist and she was very creative. And she was the one who would always, when I was a teenager, telling me to unbutton my shirt one more button, and my mother, because, I was very shy when I was young. She was very open and artistic. And, she was still at 84 years old in her apartment, stretching on the floor with my little brother. She was so funny. But also her and my mother didn't get along. And so she would say bad things to me about my mother, and then my dad would get pissed off at her. So there's that dynamic that needed to come up for whatever reason. She's very much coming up as that Blue Madonna, right? Who had to fight her way through and be very hard. The Clarion Call to the Mother Mary Magdalene, the Blue Madonna, with the Sirius alignment. So again, the line, which is 2 dots, and that connection, the arc. They meant to align with Sirius, the Blue Madonna, to gifts and presents, the rose line and the dragon line. And this was also coming up with Magenta Pixie, the rose line and the dragon lines, that she is at peace and the dragon is noticing this. With the pyramid, the fire in his belly, the 29, 19, and 34 that come up here, the ancestors' ark, coming in to carry me home, the mother's gifts and presents, and the father's initiation of the alchemist, the blue fire to energetic exchange, where the Aurora, the Princess Aurora, is the AU of gold, and the aura, and there's that energy of the mother, the aqua rose gold mother heart. The blue star fire is the way that Magenta was stating it, the blue fire that was coming up for me. She calls it the blue star fire, the blue stargate, the blue flame, which is coming up as the earth and the bridge together, connected, right? Because we're still in the earth to 4D as opposed to the 4D to the 5D connection. The emerald pineal that she was talking about, and she also brought up the 26,000 years of Terra and the Page of Wands, which is coming up as when we connect to the other side. So Terra becomes, with the TERRA, the 26 of the Page of Wands with the lion's heart, when we let go of the connection to the 3D and we're just the 4D connected to the 5D side. The arc, which equals the human connection to the gamma ray whispering bench. And I'm getting a high-pitched noise right now. I heard it yesterday too. It's increasing. All right, now it's subsiding again. So the arc is and that was part of the message. There was the very high-pitched noise that was coming in. It did the same thing yesterday before I went to bed. The arc equals the human connect to the gamma ray, the whispering bench. And again, when the tones come in your ears or high-pitched frequencies, maybe you just need to change the channel a little bit. The 44 of the H, because remember the 44 is the two chairs sitting on each other like the letter H. But when it's in its higher vibration is the number 8, right? H becomes the 8. It's perfectly fluid and flowing back and forth. It's the infinity, where the 1 equals the 2 dots, which equals the arc, from the 44. So the 144 is actually the arc 44, which is the 44 is the H becoming the 8. The colon or arc 44, or the colon 8, which then references 44 minutes and 8 minutes, which is also 52 minutes, which is the other side of the 44 of the Mercury. That's Hercules and Mercury together. That's the divine feminine, 52 and 44. 44 being Hercules and the 52 of the Lady of Light, the Queen of Swords. So there's your Mercules, or Mercury. Okay, so we have colon 44, colon 8, which represents 144 and 18. The 144 moving into the energy of the 0 point field, the 18, which is colon 8, or 8 minutes. So 44 minutes plus 8 minutes is also 52, the Queen of Swords, the Lady of Light, Lady Liberty. And Lady Liberty, don't forget, there's the etheric altar above her from Atlantis. And Cryon was also saying that Atlantis is actually just a multitude of different islands that sank. So when one island would sink, they'd find another island, and they were called Atlantis. So and the New World was just coming up again too. So New World was coming in the other day as Newfoundland and Canada, as opposed to the United States, which is supposed to be the New World. But if you talk about Atlantis being the etheric realm of the Lady Liberty, we're actually the ancient ones, right? All right, so then I was guided to one of my tarot cards. All right, so this is one of my tarot cards. It's the 3 of coins, or the 3 of pentacles. And I'm showing you this because I want you to see this, because this has changed. I did this in 2020. Okay, so look at this card. Okay, now you see this is supposed to be like the 3 of Pentacles and doing business and all that kind of stuff, but there needs to be heart in there, right, and healing. But it's also, you have the triangle there, and the heart is actually 2 and 2 reflecting each other. And down here you have 44 upside down, no longer 44 because we're going into the 8. And then we also have the 11 and 11. So remember this energy here, right? Because this was the energy of 11-11, 22, which in 2020, the 2020 added was the 2-2 coming together with space between. All right, so this is where we were. But look at the fact that it's one heart. Okay, there's one heart in bringing people together, okay? But it's showing us a timeline here. And notice also my clock is at 12:44, or 11:44 rather, right? 11:44. It's very significant to me, but this is an example for the collective, all right? So 11:44 is the time I was born, between 44 and 45. But my soul number is also 3811, and my life lesson number is 4411, or 44:8. So there's the 11:44 of my birth and of my numerology. And again, the picture of this is the final quarter, all right? So remember that picture. Did I download it? I might not have. Give me 1 second, because I do want to show you this other one. This is important. I meant to send it to myself. I just have to send something to myself. All right, let's see if I can attach this. All right, where are you? Bear with me for just a second. I can't remember what I called it. One of them. It's so hard to find. Oh, there it is. Okay. I just wanted to send that to myself so I could show it to you. Okay. All right, but I don't want to show you the second picture until I get into this a little bit more. So you see that pyramid, you saw the 44, the 11, and then the 22 in the middle, which is the heart. And that came up when I was coming upon 11/11/2020, okay? I can also reference the 22nd of November, 11/22, and then the year 11, which might have been, 2009, which adds to 11, or even 2011, referencing 11. So I went through all of those energies to figure out what the message was coming into me. And notice that the clock at the top of my card is also referencing the clock tower. And I'm in Philadelphia, and there's very much a clock tower at City Hall. And the clock is at 11:44. Which I just told you was on the clock a few minutes ago. So it was interesting too, because when I put in 11/22/11, I think, and 11/22/09, and West Virginia code came up, where my son lives in West Virginia, so that was weird. 1122-1 came up. It was a taxation, Chapter 11 taxation code in West Virginia. Article 22, excise tax on private or privilege of transferring real property. So we're on the 26th now here. The 26th is the Page of Wands, and the 26th then added up to the Two of Cups, where today's the Three of Cups. So Two of Cups yesterday is that 1-to-1 energy. And we had the energies of the date 10/26/2022 is literally 10262022. So you see how the middle is exactly the same, except on one end is the 1 and the other end is the 2. But in the middle is 026, and then the middle 6 is 20 on the other side. So today's date reflects itself exactly for the masculine and the feminine on either side. And 122 also came up, which is the colon 22, and the 22 is the heart. It's the 2 reflecting itself. And this was at 5:20 p.m., which 52, remember, 5:20 is 0 or source energy backing up the Queen of Swords, the Lady Liberty, which is the 44 of Hercules, and the 144, which is the colon 44, which 144 equals 288, where 144 equals 9 and 288 equals 18, and there's 918, which happens to be my birthday, but it's just that reference of the 9 of the 1 and the all, and the 18 of the 0 point field. And then the Hermit to Gaia, which is the 5D reality. So we have 11, 22, 09, and 11. I looked up both of them. And it was interesting because 11 divided by 22 divided by 2009 is 0.00024, which is Omega, the Queen of Wands, and then triple eights, and then 0039, which is the Knight of Cups, the 8 of the dance, and the 21 of the world. Okay, that is the number from 2009, 1122. It was a Sunday. It's the year of the ox, the star sign Sagittarius, Gen Z. The miracle on the Hudson happened that year, and the swine flu. January 20th was the first black president, number 44. There's that 44 reference to the Ides of March again. January 20th was when Obama came in, and Ides of March 3/15 of 2009, this would be coming up, 44. January 26th, and there's that 26 again, is when the Sulman octuplets were born in Belleville, California. March 4th was Sudanese President Omar Hassan al-Bashir was arrested. His arrest warrant was put out for crimes against humanity. 4:30 was Chrysler Chapter 11. 5:18 was Sri Lanka Civil War, where the LTTE defeated by Sri Lankan government, ending the 26 years of fighting. All right, that was 5:18. Which 5:18 for me in numerology, you can do quarter numbers as well. So 5:18 to 9:18 would be the final quarter, or the final third anyway, in that respect, if we're doing 4 months of my birth year. So again, there's that referencing though of the final third and the final quarter, because they both came up today. And there's 26 years or 26,000 years of fighting. 11:16, Twilight premiered. And then 12:18, Avatar premiered. So the deaths that year were Michael Jackson, which had come up prior to this listing, so I knew he was coming up. Michael Jackson, Farrah Fawcett, Walter Cronkite. Michael Jackson and Farrah Fawcett both died June 25th. Notice the 25th reference to the 26th of the page. And Walter Cronkite died 7/17. Natasha Richardson died 3/18, which again is that energy of the 18, but also the March reference. And Corazon Aquina, August 8th. Mary Travers, 9/16. And John Travolta's son, John and Kelly Preston's son, Jet, Jett. And Maria Jesus, who's Portuguese, turned 115. Maria Jesus, a Portuguese person. And then Ricardo Montalban also came up, age 88, died on January 14th that year. So 144, so 114 is Ricardo Montalban, which is 114, and the 88, and then we came back to the colon 44, which is also the 44 minutes just prior to the last quarter, as I showed on the clock. The 44 Hercules, the 52 Queen of Swords, and then the 19 Dragon Sun was right next to her regarding the 144 and the 144. So the reason why we have the 72 by 2, the explanation came up right here. So the 144 plus 144 is 288, right, of the 28 of the twin flames in the dance, but also the 2 in the 88 dance of the twins. So the 72 by 72 was you repairing yourself, the masculine and the feminine within. The 2 by 2 repairing the self. The 3D bridge to the 5D, right, where we start at the 3D, Then we work on building half the bridge. Then we have to build the other half of the bridge. And then we have to do the split of the 3D 4D bridge to create the 4D 5D bridge. So the 144 plus the 144 equals the 288 now, after dealing with the 72 by 2 of repairing the self. So 144 and 144 is also 9 plus 9 equals the 288, which both equals 18, which again is the 0 point field. Colon 8, 18 is 1, 8. The colon 8 equals the colon 8, which is literally out of time because there is no 80 minutes, right? There's 08, but not 80. There's no 80 minutes. So colon 8 is symbolic for out of time and space. The 88 minutes is also 1 hour and 28 minutes, which references 1 colon 28, which would be colon 28, or the twin flames, or 11/28, which is coming up. So, and also 11/2 is coming up as well. So 11, 22, 11 are a 9. We start to repair the 72 by 2 self, right? So this is the end of the old world, the new world coming in for the 12/21, 2012. So this is where we're doing our self work. 11/22, and then I was getting the timelines of 2027 because 2027 adds up to 11. That would become the 11/22/11 again, the completion. And I was also getting 11/22/22 this year. When I went into 2011, that was a Tuesday, Sagittarius, Gen Alpha. It was 3991 days ago. And so 11/22 was also a Tuesday and is a Tuesday this year as well. So there was a reason I read that. So from 2011, which was a Tuesday, 2022 is also a Tuesday for 11/22. So now we go back to what they were showing me. So we went from this picture, this was from 2020, to, sorry, I didn't download that yet. Let's skip that one. Okay. Okay, so here's the card now, and here's the, let's see if I can, better than that. Give me one sec. Okay, so here is the card now, all right? So here's what I just showed you. This is 2020. This is where we are now. Look, there's 2 hearts now, but there's no 11 on this side. This is the 5D. Okay? So this was learning the masculine and feminine within self, right? Coming to the table. The 3 of Pentacles for me is very much the co-creation card. And we had the 22, 11, 11, and the 44 here as well. So we had all of those numbers there. You notice the 44 is upside down because we're going into the 8, not the 44. So now we have 2 hearts in the triangle. We have 1 11 and the bridge. But this is what's missing. And they only did it this way to show you how far you've come. And that's all we have to go is this little end piece here. But both hearts are now built, which is a coming together moment. All right. So ultimately, it will be this energy of the 2 triangles coming together, the masculine and the feminine, in the Merkaba energy with the 11, 11, and they both have that 44 energy within their triangle, letting go of that to become the 8, which you see the 2 hearts very much reference the 8 of the infinity as well. Okay, so they want to show you where we are right this second and where we ultimately go, because 2 stars coming together, you see all the coins, is exponential. It's not just plus, but times, right? So the 2 plus 2 doesn't become 4, but it becomes 8. Okay, so So now that I've shown you that one, that's the now moment. Oh, by the way, 11/22/63 was JFK's assassination. So we have 11/22, referencing JFK assassinated, and then we have 3:15 referencing Julius Caesar's assassination. But notice that K is also a C sound, which can reference JC as well. And notice JFK has the F in the middle, which is the digamma. So the fourth quarter here. So you saw the 3 quarters we've completed with the 2 hearts. We're now in the fourth quarter of the second 11. So here is where the timelines were coming up. So I did that first card in 2020, and it was prior to 11/11/2020 or 11/22/2020. And it was referencing that energy because I remember doing it. I remember the focus of 11/22 that year and 11/11. And you notice too, when I was just doing a little sketch down here about it, right here, notice how the 2020, how the 1/11, 22/11, with the 1 in the middle, which is the way that picture looked. You see when you put the 1/2/2/1, the 12 is here and the 21 is over here. So you also have the 12/21, 2020 coming up right there. So the 11/11/2020, the 1 heart was complete, and now the 2 hearts are done. The first 3 quarters are done. And so they're referencing the years of the twin work. It was like 16 to 18. It's going to be slightly different for everybody depending on when they met their twin and the energies, because like I said, the unions are like an accordion, the way they come in. So it's boom, boom, one right after the other, but actually all at the same moment. But in our time, we'll see the difference in time. So, and it may depend on the date that you actually met your twin or something else. You have to go with your own intuition on that. So we have 11 heart going into the other 11. And what I was getting is, this is the 11/2 was coming up as very significant for me. And so that was 4 months prior to when I met my twin. And then from 16 to 18 is coming up as the first quarter. The day may vary for each of you in November. So November 16 to 18 was coming up. And I don't know if October and December may come into play there as well. But November was coming up for me. So the 2 selves together by that first picture going into 2022 now, right? So that was the completion of that 2-year cycle. And then, so that was, we have 16 to 18 November, and then 18 to 20 was coming up as the gate, the divine feminine bridge, the divine masculine bridge, and then the 5D gate on the other side. But there's also the introduction and the completion on the other end, which isn't a full year. So it comes up as 4 months on either end, which is 8 months altogether, which is 2/3. But we're talking about the fourth quarter here. So anything before the 16 is coming up as the preliminary introduction. 16 to 18 is coming up as the first gate. The 18 to 20 being the divine feminine bridge work, and then the 20 to 22 being the divine masculine bridge work, and that's when COVID came up. And then 22 to 24 is the 5D gate. But that doesn't mean that you won't be coming together, right? Because that's the gate that needs to be built between the bridge and the 5D so that we can let go of the 3D bridge. And there, now I'm getting the suspension bridge, right? You can't have a bridge suspended in midair, or can you? Can you completely break away the 3D in order to receive the 5D? That may be what you need to do, because that's that leap of faith, right? Allowing the 3D bridge to completely detach, knowing that as soon as that detaches, that the 5D bridge will attach. Same thing as the union energy, okay? So the 16 months was coming up before November 16. so not 4 months, but actually a year and 4 months. So 16 months as the introduction, then the 2016 to 18 period from November or around November, and then 2018 to 2020 of the first heart, 2020 to 2022 for the second heart, and then the 22 to 24 of the second 11. And then there's going to be a conclusion period after that, but that doesn't mean you won't be in union. The 16 months afterwards ends in March 2026. So how do you like that? And for me specifically, it was coming up as 3/2/26, and 3/2 is the 3/2/5 of the King of Wands, and the 26 is the Page of Wands. So the Tower, so the introduction and the conclusion are coming up as the Twin Towers. All right, so the Tower of meeting your twin, the gate of the opening gate of the 16 to 18, the half bridge of the 18 to 20, the other half of the bridge from 20 to 22, and then the second gate 22 to 24. And we're already through 22, but we're starting 22 in this period now. And then the final conclusion will be the second tower. And for me, it was going to 3/2/26, which is crazy that came up with the 26 year and the March reference, which we've been talking about, the Ides of March and March 7th as well. This is coming up as March 2 for me specifically, but it may be a different date in March, or maybe the end of February, maybe going into April as well. But what was so significant here is the whole period came up as 10 years and 8 months. And 10 and 8 are the whole reason why 18 in Hebrew is that energy of life, right? Of the 2 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, the 8th letter and the 10th letter is the 10 years and 8 months here, which is the 18, which is my birthday. So it's 10 and 2/3, which is 10.6666 infinitely, or 10.67, which is the round off, which is so funny. I did gymnastics and we did round offs, right? So 6 to 7 is the Knight of Pentacles. It's that loyal, humble servant, which is actually the 0.66 to infinitum. It's not actually 6/7. It's never nearing the 7. It's always staying above the 6.5 though, always between the 6.5 and the 6.7, and the 7 rather. So again, that really sweet spot. It's 10.67 years. The 10 is the destiny. The 67 is the loyal, humble servant, or the 0.66 forever, which is the 6/6 spirals of source energy, the golden gates to infinitum. And now they're showing me the ripple effect again of the accordion, the multidimensional golden gates that go on and on forever is that 6/6, or the 6/7 of the Knight of Pentacles. So 10 times 12 months is the 120 months plus the 8 months, which equals 128 months. And there were 3 leap years included in this. So there were 7 years of 365 days and then 3 years of 366 days plus the residual 8 months. So the 365 times 7 is 2555. So there's the 2s and 5s that have been coming up this week as well. And then 366 of the Queen of Pentacles, where the 65 is the King of Pentacles, times 3. So the King of Pentacles has the Chariot 7, or the key, or the gamma wave, and the 366 is the Queen of Pentacles with the 3 of the Earth. So again, the sword and the stone type of energy there. And 366 times 3 is the 1098, which again is the 10 of destiny, the high vibe 10 trill, and the 9-8, which is the Phi energy, right? Well, 9 is the human body temperature, right? 98. So it's 98 degrees with the 10, the destiny of the human, with the 2555, which is the Knight of Wands, getting inspired to get into the Page of Wands with the 55 truth, the Excalibur, and the 1098 of the destiny of the human, and then the residual months, which was the 8 months, which is 243 days. And that's the 2-4-3 of the spiral instead of 2-3-4. It's spiraling up to the 4 and then back to the 3. But it's also the 24 of Omega and the 3 of the Christ energy, the abundance, the Mother Earth, the coming together. It's also the 2 of the High Priestess with the 43 of coming together. So either way, they're coming together. The 2, 4, 3. And altogether, it equaled 3896 days. So 3,896 days, which 38 is the Queen of Cups, and 96 is the pod. It's the 9 and 6 that come together to make the 8, which would be 388 then. And remember that the 3 reflected upon itself becomes the 8, which is the second number, and then the 9 and 6 come together, which also make a pod of the 8. And the number that came up for 3896 divided by 365 days was 10.6739726027. So that was just an estimate because, of course, there are 366 days in a few of those years. But 3896, when I looked it up online, came up as the Kemet capacitor. Okay, so like the machine, and that reminds me of Back to the Future. KEMET capacitors 3898, as well as a diagnostic scan tool that comes up. It also comes up as an anchor, and the V bottom microplate. V is creation. And Sesame Street came up, a video where Stinky gets a butterfly on his leaf. And I need to show you that picture because that comes from, it has nothing to do with this deck, but I'm going to show you the picture of that because this is a message for you guys. If I can get to that card. And this is one of my favorite cards in this deck. It's so sweet. Oh, there it is. And it's right behind. All right. I'm going to show you the 3 cards that came up here too. And that's right after these 3 cards are after the Esther Williams card. And then this came up, which is the masculine right here and his perspective of the feminine. And then here is coming together and love matters. And there's the acceptance of love of the 38, the Queen of Cups, which we just talked about. And there's the King of Wands. And then the 43 of coming together. We just talked about all 3 of those. And they were just in the deck that way. And then here's the card I just spoke about. Okay? So on Sesame Street, Stinky gets a butterfly on his leaf. And this is the feminine surrendering to the old leaf, right? Having faith that the dead leaf will transport her to where she needs to go in the borealis lights and rivers. I just lost my cards under the table. All right. So I hope you get that reference. This is very beautiful, the way that came out. I wasn't expecting all that connection. So, and Sesame Street was also coming up as sesame, right? See, same, path. Or see, say, me, path. Stinky gets a butterfly on his leaf, and that was from July 18th, 2016, again confirming that I'm going back to 2016 to 18, okay, and so on. And then Toon Blast, T-O-O-N, Blast, level 3896 is a skill gaming thing on YouTube. 3896 is also Lamar Avenue in Memphis, where I was born. 38118, and that was from LoopNet. And so I, of course, had to see what the address was in Memphis that was coming up for us here. And on September 19th, which I was born September 18th, just before the 19th, 15 minutes before. And I would say I was born the 19th living here on the East Coast because I was born in Memphis, which is an hour behind. So actually, in Philadelphia, I'm in the next day. I'm on the 19th. So 9/19/2022, this hospitality property is available for sale. And what does that remind you of? The Happiness Hotel, the 4-story extended stay hotel with 145 rooms. So going from the 44 to the 45. The 4-story, the 4 parts of the story, extended stay hotel with 145 rooms. Because I was, my birth certificate says 45, not 44, but my life list number is 44. And actually my watch stopped on the way to see my twin once many years ago. And it stopped right at 11:44 and 19 seconds. So, that was definitely coming up as the time of my birth. And then the 19 seconds, which is the sun. Well, there's another reference as well for me. But anyway, 145 rooms on a large 4-acre property. So there's your 44. And definitely the Happiness Hotel there. So I looked to see if there's any water nearby. It's not built on water, but it's right at a major intersection. It was built in 1972 and renovated 2020. Off Route 78, and that's the end of the tower deck of 78, and that sweet spot, the sweetest spot of 67 going to the 8, which is heaven on earth, in Oakville, right? The big oak treeville, the city and the oak tree, not far from the airport in Memphis. And I-76, but it only has a creek nearby. However, right between this hotel and the airport, there is a lake between Lake Park Drive and Tullahoma Road and Oak Lake Lane and East Oak Side and Winchester, which wind is the two U's in D, which is also M, but the divine energy of the co-creation. And then wind Esther and Hester also coming up. But it's really Wind and Esther, which is my middle name, by the way. So the lake between the hotel and the airport, and it's like literally right between the two. And Germantown was listed as the town, as you pan out, outside downtown Memphis, with Route 22 to Mississippi and Alabama, and Route 20 to Atlanta, and Route 40 to Arkansas, because that's actually, Memphis is the way I went when my son moved from Missouri. We went to Atlanta to see my daughter, who had moved to Atlanta from Arizona, which, by the way, when my son was in Missouri and my daughter was in Arizona, in Phoenix, and I was in Philadelphia, for those of you who haven't been listening to me that long, my son's mile point was exactly the same from me that it was to my daughter in Arizona. Exactly. That was crazy. So we keep moving around this triangle type of thing. So when we drove out, my daughter and I drove through Missouri to move to Atlanta. We went this way from Missouri down through Memphis, because I'd never been to Memphis since I was 2. But then I was warned by a waitress who lived there, now lives in my current area, who said, don't go in the city, it's really dangerous. And normally it wouldn't bother me so much, but she was so adamant about it. And then when we got to Memphis, to the bridge, it looked like a dinosaur had taken a big bite out of the bridge. So I was like, definitely getting that negative energy. She said it's fine outside the city, but in the city, it's very dangerous. So we didn't actually stay in Memphis. We stayed outside of Memphis. But there's that reference here of all of the energies around there, which is also the earthquake line. I just remembered that now. It's supposed to get activated in the spring. The fault lines are supposed to, I don't remember the date. It was somewhere in like March, April, May, around there, where the fault lines are supposed to be activated. And you can look up earthquake websites, because they'll have this information. But it's supposed to activate the quake site it's right around Memphis, I think Missouri, I forget which state it's actually in, but it's right there. But it reverberates out to Philadelphia. So it's not like you have to be right there to feel its effects. And then it's going to activate the fault lines in California as well. This is supposed to happen in the spring. And I remember next summer, while I'm at it, 2023 is significant, because that's the 20-year point where things always happen, right? 63, 83, 43, okay? 43, 63, 83, 2003, and then 2023. So it's marking another point of the significant event next August. And then I was also getting the energy of Charlotte to Cleveland, which is Lake Erie. And that's Route 77 coming up right there as well. So the routes were coming up 20 and 40, and then 55 to North 555, where there's lots of change and the truth of Excalibur. And Route 62 of the 8 of Swords, which was coming up for me as well, and the 60 of Peace, right? One's the prison, one's the peace. And also that Memphis parallels exactly to Charlotte in North Carolina, visually, not necessarily on the curve. 77 is Charlotte to Cleveland, so you might want to remember that. It goes directly to a lake, in case that might become important at some point. And 3896 adds up to 26, again, which is the Page of Wands, with a 38 of the Queen of Cups. the hermit lovers, or the Empress dance with the hermit lovers. The 3, 9, 6, remember. So, right, 3, 8, 9, 6, if you take the 8 of the dance out, the space between, you have the 3, 9, 6 of the Tesla, 3, 6, 9, which is the 6, 6, 3, the 9, 9, 9, and the 3, 3, 6, with the 8 between, the bridge from the Golden Gate to the Pearly Gates. So again, referencing the 66 as the Golden Gate, the 33 as the Rolling Stone, and the 99 as the Pearly Gates. Remember that the E and the 3 come together to make the 8 as well. The Rolling Stone dance to the 69, which come together to make the pod, 3 to 8, and 69 to 8. And there's that 2 in between as well, the space between the 2. 3 to 8, 69 to 8. The dance, okay, and there's that reference of separating the bridge as well, right? The 3 separate from the 6 and 9, which would be the 4D and 5D bridge. I mean the 4D and 5D, right? So after we've disconnected from 3D, where 3D will be its own 8, 69 will be its own 8, which is the 4D and 5D together, which now we're 3D, 4D, it's going to split. We do that leap. And that has to do with the supernova experience of the twins coming together. At 7:02, the day I met my twin, the dance of the 38 and 39, which is the Queen of Cups and the Knight of Cups, which is my soul number and his soul number. The Queen of Cups and the Knight of Cups, the 2 types of 8s, equals the Page of Wands. I'm just getting Power 99, which is a radio station here, which when I had a restaurant many, many years ago, like 30 years ago, we had Power 99 at New Year's. That's coming up when we had the Mark Kramer Trio, Power 99. I'm trying to remember the year that was. I think it was 87. 86 or 87. I think it was 87. And isn't that the, 87 is the, whatchamacallit? I'm blanking out on the word. Sorry about that, guys. When all this started. So that's 1987 in August. August of 87. Yeah. And that led into breaking off that relationship, which was a very toxic relationship. He was very abusive. And that was my first husband. So that's coming up, going back, the harmonic convergence is 1987. So that's coming up for whatever reason. And then the Page of Wands of the 26, which is the Lion's heart. So the Queen of Cups and Knight of Cups coming up as the 2 sweethearts, and the 2 types of 8s of the 3D and the 5D. And then the Page of Wands 26, which I told you that timeline ends up in 26. The Lion's heart together is the Lion's heart's coming up as the 2 sweethearts together. So the 2 sweethearts equals the Lion's heart. So at 7:02 to 3, which is the Chariot and the High Priestess to the Empress, or the Earth, the duality of the Earth, the mediation of the Earth. The 3896 in Gematria, the first entry was Yod, He, Vav, He, is YHV. All right, so again, that's referencing the Yahweh. The Yahweh is YHV. And those are some of my most important capital letters, right? The Y of the 0 point, the H of the 8, but also the 44 lap dance going into the number 8 of the 5D dance, and then the V of creation. The second entry was the 1 in 7 billion who knows the truth. All right, this was the second entry for 3896. The Yod is the 10th letter of the Semitic alphabet used to read the Torah. And that also means hand. So Yod, He, Vav, He is the YHVH, or Hemi-W also. And then in Hebrew, of course, Hebrews read the other way. And from Dan 220 was coming up right here from churchunity.net. The Hay is feminine, to behold or show, reveal. The Vav or Waw, W-A-W, is masculine and means nail, peg, or hook. And how many times does peg or hook or nail come up in my reads, right? Because the NIN comes up as the 9-inch nails, and the peg comes up as Pegasus and peg leg, of Captain Hook. So to behold the nail, behold the hand. Remember, the finger of God is part of the hand. The nailed hand is the salvation, which I have a picture on my CD of a raindrop with the hole in Jesus' hand. Jesus put self into the Jews to change things, just like they talk about Trump putting themselves into the situation. And this isn't about his human person, right? He's definitely not perfect, right? But this is the energy of the mission that he has, right? To insert himself, like Jesus inserted himself into the group in order to change things from within. The Hebrew alphabet, which is also Katava Shuri, the 22 letters. And again, the letters there coming up, but also of the Chet also, because that's the 18 of Chet and Yod. So the Yod comes up as the 10th letter. But in our alphabet, the 10th is the J. So there's the J and the Y of the Jesus and the Yeshua. And then the Chet is the 8th in the Hebrew alphabet, but it's that would be H for us, which would be the 8 in the English alphabet. The Hay is the S. It's the 19th in the Hebrew alphabet, which would be the letter S, which is for us is 19, which is the sun. And then the shape of the 7 can be the Dale, which is the D, the 4th letter. And then the whispering bench, which also can be written like a long 7 that's more straight, which is the Kaf or the K. But for us, K is the 11th letter, which looks like a 2 and a 7, which is could be like a 27 energy too there. But it's the whispering bench in the chariot, Kaf, the K, which brings up the 11 of truth, justice, and balance, and also K referencing Orion facing his dragon self, the dragon breath. And then a smaller type 7 is the Resh, which is then. Is that the 19th? I'm sorry, the He isn't the 19th letter, it's the 5th letter. Which the 5th letter for us would be the E of the He. And then the 19th letter is the Resh, which looks like another 7, but it's shorter and curved. It's curved different than the Kef or the Dale. They all look like 7s though. And the Kaf is the one that can look like the whispering bench as well, a backwards C. So Yahweh comes up as 10, 5, 6, 5 in the Hebrew alphabet, which adds up to, what do you think? 26. The Queen of Cups and the Two of Cups comes up here as the 38, and the 38 is at 11, 2, and the 42 is a 6, and then the 8, which is actually my numerology is 38, 11, which is a 2, my soul number. My outer personality number is 42, 6. My destiny is 8 of 80. The 25, 7 was coming up to the 8, and the 23, 5 to the 8. Equals the 64, which can also add up to 28. They're both 1s in English. So I was doing this for the Hebrew and the English alphabet. 64 is the worst pain you've ever felt, but also the bliss. And the 28, of course, is the twin flames, having a choice or having no choice at all when it's upside down, or unable to implement your choice, being blocked from it. So the 1, 8 of life, right? Y in Hebrew, that's an important number. 8 is the 10th and 8th letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And the 26 of God, because Yahweh adds up to 26. And just needing the 18 is a 9, 26 is an 8, but we need the 8 or the Chet in order to dance, right? That's the missing piece there. And 26 is an 8, 26/8. Yod, Chet, plus Chet. So Yod Chet is that 18, it's that life number. And then Chet is the another 8, would be 10, 8, 8, but also is equals 26 again. So no matter what I do, right? So 8108 and then 1088 coming up there as well, referencing the 2 8s as the twin towers on the opposite sides as polarized, and then the 1088 of the destiny of the 2 dancing side by side. The rose line 29 of the blue Sirius, and the dragon of Betelgeuse, and the 19 of fire and the sun, with Procyon, which is the pro connections, the relatives that are positive. It's also coming up with the 34 card and the energetic exchange, the 8 of wands, the arrows of love, lots of communication and travel back and forth. And the 3 there, Sirius, Betelgeuse, and Procyon, is the winter triangle, being present to the sun, the positive energetic exchange, the mother, father, and the collective. And remember that Bellatrix adds in there too, because Betelgeuse is the right shoulder and Bellatrix is the left shoulder, which references the twins in Gemini above them standing on Orion's shoulder. At 740 here is the Chariot and the 40 of the Page of Cups, calling in the cavalry, the troops. At 740, 7 is the Chariot and the Page of Cups is that sweetheart, the innocent, the most innocent card in the deck. And the Chariot. You can't enter the Chariot unless you're pure of heart, receiving the sun and spreading the light or word. You can't spread God's word unless you've been purified. You can't enter the Chariot without being the Page of Cups first. Calling in the winter triangle, to try a new angle, of the red, white, and blue. Right? Betelgeuse is red, Sirius is blue, and Procyon is white star. And Orion, which equals Orion, is the human gamma connection. So we have the winter triangle connected to the twins standing on Orion's shoulders, facing his dragon's breath. At 743 is the Chariot and the 43 of coming together in the underlying energy after the shadow of the 15, hugging the tree to catch your breath, the 44 of the Hercules to seek beauty rest, with infinite wishes covering your head, Esther Williams, with 11 candles and the dear one seeking your attention, a tent connection. The brain on fire with intuition, which is in the twin towers of you and I connection, in the bath with Esther Williams, the water connection of Hercules and Atlas, her harvest at last, heart to mind with the 23 King of Wands, that you are worth it. The 44 and the 36, which is Hercules and Atlas, equals 80. Source backing up the 8 dance. Your vision of her assurance of a higher love, and 4 seasons of the divine feminine, the 39 Knight of Cups, with a clear endeavor to blanket the village and end their attachment to spring, with the King of Cups and unconditional love in the ideal course of action at 814, the dance of the 14 of the angels, and finding a happy medium, or perhaps a summer and a winter place. At 814 is the dance of the 14, again of the angels. The first card out on the 26th of October, the 19 of the sun, and shifting your energy. To the 5 of freedom, change, and expansion, also the Hierophant of commitment, guidance, of tradition perhaps. There are some old ways of doing things that are wonderful. To clear out the old, from love to fire, sunshine hovering, the King of Cups on vacation perhaps, free to clear out the old. The 20 of that judgment card of the higher ground, the wake up to the divine feminine rose, way up there, unafraid to look down. With 3, 1, 3 in the cards coming up here, and 3 on each side, sharing a 4th between. The 43 of the 4 and the 3, the Emperor and the Empress, and coming together in joy, the 3 of Cups, where love matters as the bird opens up and shows their trust. allowing the other ships to sail, the transition, the articulation, a hand to extend and land on. The little girl rose, the little jet, and there's that reference to John Travolta's son, Jet. The little girl rose, little jet inside, the bird spaceship of Jack and the Beanstalk that rose so high they touched the sky. And that's coming up with Miss Mary Mack and never came back till the 4th of July. And July, oh, that's because I forgot this and I meant to tell you this. So remember that Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar are July and August. So there is a reference to the 7th and the 8th month, which is 78, which is the end of the deck, and the reference to Julius Caesar being JC, and then John Kennedy, which is K, is the same sound as C. So there's all this reference to JCs and the others who have been assassinated, right? So Julius Caesar and JFK and Jesus. Jesus is saying it's not just me, and it's not just JFK, and it's not just Caesar. Everyone dies. And there have been many others assassinated that no one's ever known about. They don't need all of the attention. To go inside yourself, see yourself as the same, but no longer needing to martyr yourself. The little girl rose, and the little jet inside the bird space ship, like Jack and the Beanstalk that rose so high they touched the sky, which is Sophia's KY, the 0-point field of energy, grounding with another. So instead of her lowering herself, he raised himself up to reach her, grounding with another at a higher level, meeting them where they are at the moment, up on the hill with the yellow flowers and wild hair. The King of Cups at the 19th cleared out the old to be a clear channel. The bird on her hand. The 28th, a bountiful harvest. So here's the 28th of November coming up again. The 28th of bountiful harvest, and this can also reference the 28th of October, but was coming up specifically in November, which is also around Thanksgiving. The 28th with bountiful harvest, and remember that's also the week of Scorpio, is only a week when we're in Ophiuchus, which starts at the very end of November going to December 17th. So the 28th with a bountiful harvest due to the divine feminine's preparations for the twin flames, the 28th. The 25 of the Knight of Wands, keeping their dreams alive. The blue baby sends a kiss. So again, there's this reference because my great niece just passed away, that they're sending a kiss to their parents, and Jet is sending a kiss to his parents. Choosing another way in. So there's a specific message here. And I already got that specific message for me because apparently my grandmother's coming right back with my other grandmother, Yaya. So we'll see how that works out. But the 11 of justice with truth and balance and alignment. Choosing no pain. So again, this is referencing the child making the right choice. I'm not going to go through this life of pain. I'm choosing no pain. And that can be exiting to come back in another way. Because the divine feminine has risen into her sovereignty, she's no longer going to live in pain because she knows she doesn't need to. This also can be a reference of paying off karmic debt to clear the slate so you can come back fresh and clear. And again, that's always been a message of children who come and go within the first 7 years of life are often said to have come in and made an arrangement with their parents because they came in to pay their debts for them so that they could have a better life. And so we have choosing no pain of 11, which is also ... So 2 colons in a row, which is also can be referenced as a box. Choosing the Knight of Wands justice, or the Sagittarius Libra energy here, of 28 to 25 to 11, which equals 64, and then the 43 of coming together, which equals 107. The 19 and 5 and 20 equals 44, and then the 43 equals 77. So we have the 44 and 64 and 43, which equals 151, which is colon 51, the King of Swords, the purification of the masculine. Her harvest of bliss, the icing on the cake, is the coming together with the 51 minutes. And that's leaving 9 minutes at the end of the hour, which is the Hermit. So it's the Hermit and the King of Swords coming together, right? 9 minutes to the hour can be the 11th hour as well. And again, 11 to 11 was coming up. 11 to 11 was coming up in the last read, which referenced Halloween, right? Because that's 11 days, is the 31st, before the 11/11. So all of it's very significant here. From the Halloween through 11/11 is very significant, and then through the 28th as well, and then through, I think 12/2 came up as well. I don't know why the 2s are coming up, but that's the 22 year. And then the 12/12 and the 12/21, and then I think magenta referenced the period being, the energy period being over by January 4th or 5th. So at 8:49, which is the dance of the 49, the 9 of Cups, the underlying energy of the 22 and the Fool's Embrace, transmuting pain, of the 53, which is the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords stranger with curiosity about merging their fire with water. The 27 of the Ace of Wands and the heart home of compassion, the easy pass connection. The 45 of the Purge to repair the veil of forgiveness, weaving the pages back together, top down, with the new ones, the little ones. The 7 of the Chariot, the little chariot, the feminine within the masculine in the water, the sacred contract, the divine feminine in the sacred masculine ascending together. And water is also the emotions, in their emotions. The 43 of the 3 of Cups of joy, of the overflow and plenty of the Taj Mahal, the home corseting. And the corseting, remember, is pulling it tighter to create the curve after the Taj Mahal, which is too much water, too much emotion, too much of a good thing, right? Home corseting, squeezing all the fluids out of your body, with the 43/7, the 3 of Cups, and the 47 card, which is the heart to the crown, 4 to 7, the sky bridge to union, which I just noticed today is so weird. In the sky bridge card here, it's two, I want to say melanite, but it's not melanite, it's selenite. I have 2 selenite towers in the window. See how my window has little sills on them? And there's 2 towers of selenites. And the one card here, I didn't reference to make that connection, but I have 2 selenite towers on either side in the outer windows. And the inner window is 2 angels, one bigger than the other, with a crystal in between them. And then I also have Mozart and Bach around them, back to back with the towers, because they're bookends. So yeah, there's a big reference right there. I'm getting Bach to Bach with the selenite towers. It's Mozart's art. Mozart is Mozart's art, and Bach's referencing the back-to-back of aligning the energies of your art together as the 2 angels in the middle with their crystal. They have a round crystal between them. And there's that building the bridge of the twin towers coming together as the 2 angels in the middle, the sweethearts, with Bach and Mozart around them. They're supporting the towers. The musicians are coming in to support the towers for the twins. It's like the musicians are coming together to hold the grid points for the twins to come into union. Very interesting. But I don't know if it's Bach and Beethoven or Mozart up there, but I'll have to look. So the corseting here of draining all the water, the 47 sky bridge to union, which is the card I was just referencing, the 4 to 7 of the heart to the crown, of the fire, water to fire again to build, the 23 King of Wands, fortune's wheel with luck and right timing, and a sudden need to replenish here. So here we have the empty well again, where the M and the T and the Mounties coming up. The M and the T of the 2 IMs creating directly with Source, direct connect, sourced directly, to creating with Source. Creation of the wheel. Remember, we created the wheel for water and for transportation to source water. It's coming up specifically around water here. the creation of the wheel to source water, to travel to water, but also the water wheel. There's a natural way to purify our salt water so that we'll have pure drinking water. All it has to be is hooked up to the mountain, because the mountain is a filter. It's got everything you need. It's got the gold in there, and it's got the energy of the, I'm thinking of the, what's it called? The little pyramid transmuters. They don't have to be pyramid, but the copper transmuters. So they have copper in there. They have all the gemstones naturally. It's a natural neutralizer, the mountain. The water just has to go through the mountain. And there's certain, we know what attracts salt, so all you have to do is gear the salt towards the salt attractor and allow the mountain to naturally do the rest. We drink the water that filters over the stones already down the mountain. It's very simple. And they know that we can do this, but they haven't because it means money to them. From the tower, top down, to seeing the whole, to enter, so that you can see inside out, a whole different thing. Seeing both sides so that you can meet in the middle, at the whole, within the tree, without of the tree, whatever the hole is, the doorway is. At the door at 0 point field, which is funny too, because it's my son's birthday on Saturday. And there was a reference about leaving stuff at the door. Do you want it left at the door, or do you want it in person? You know, that kind of stuff was coming up. So again, being at the middle, at the hole, at the door, at the 0 point field, the moon reflecting the sun. Surprise! The 34 of the energetic exchange of the king of the hill with the lay of the land and the crop circles, or the point of entry. And again, the crop circles are referencing point of entry to the earth. The sudden energetic exchange, the arrows of love, the running up the mountain to call out, I'm in love, right? So instead of calling out the window, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. This is more of like a Tom, not that I support Tom one way or the other, but it's the same energy of him jumping up and down on the couch, right? That I'm in love. But here is the masculine on the top of the mountain, claiming their love, the 31 of the 5 of Wands in the hand, where the universe is your partner, placing your heart in his hand. The 12, again, is the source's hand. Source is your direct connect for both of you in order to keep your bond. Placing your heart in his hand, the 12 of the dragon's horde, hanging out to protect the future, with sudden arrows of love, with the 16, the 34, which equals 50, which is the 10 of cups, emotional fulfillment of the family, feeling whole. The 31 and the 12, which also equals 33, which is the Christ energy of the hanging man and the chaos of the crowd. And then adding the 34, which brings it to 77, which is our sovereignty. So coming in is the 33 and the 34. The Christ energy and the energetic exchange, which we established as a space between of the divine feminine. She is the source connection. The 77 of our sovereignty have come together as the 33 and the 34. I'm sorry, 33 and 34 is the 67 connection of that loyal, humble servant. But remember that the 67 is that step away from the 77 is the 6.66666, which is the spiral, which is the never-ending dimensional thing, right, with the accordion or domino effect, the pages of a book flipping by. The 67 of the Knight of Pentacles is our sovereignty, being that loyal, humble servant, right? Giving to others gives to yourself, as long as you love yourself first. And then the 6 cards came up after that, which is the 6, of course, of the lovers and love, family, and community, the spiral. And that last pile came up by 2s, 2 by 2 by 2, which is the 6. Exponentially, because 2 times 2, not 2 plus 2, but 2 times 2 is 4. And then 4 times 2 is 8, not 6. So we're stepping it up a level here from the lower type of 3D love to the dance of love, of the power of the infinite love, right? That's only one step within the pod of the 6-9 love, right? The 8 is the unending connection between the 6 and the 9. It never stops. It keeps going back and forth from, it's like 5D, 6D is now directly connected to Source at all times, right? Because unconditional love, you're no longer having to dance between 3D and 5D. You're in perpetual connection with Source. 3 and 10 are the benefactors of grace and generosity, and the deep diver. The graceful and the task-oriented. The Empress with abundance and high-vibe destiny, with the 13 transition there as well. Enjoying the show in the mushroom and deep diving. The next 2 that came up in the 2x2x2 is the 28 and the 38 of the twin flames and the Queen of Cups. The hollow bone and the many masks, the teachable and the authentic self of the 66 Queen of Pentacles, and channeling. The next 2 is the 18 and the 62 of the eyes of the eagle and the will of the wisp. Which you notice the E of the eagle is the rolling stone, and so is the W of the will of the wisp. The E and the W, which is the 1 equal and congruent to the 2 U's. And then will is the ILL of the chakra system and the 2 1s of the 11 with the space between. I can't answer the door. Eyes of the eagle and will of the wisp. The moon and the prison or 0 point and release. Rising above and treasures hidden below. The oracle release of information. First 2 years cuddling up and sunny, and then all of a sudden taking a dive, or thought you were better, but fell again. From 2016 to 18, the holding self, or the hollowing of self to learn your abilities, from 18 to 20, and then with a high perspective, or a higher perspective, seeing things clearly, speaking the truth, to tweet, but it's not tweet. It's to clear your anxiety and release others from prison, finding the truth in the pain and bliss of 0 point and detachment. And whose energy is this anyway? The 1 of in abundant relationship, choosing a new path to see from a better or higher advantage point, while another dives to dream and explore and discover what's beneath. So here's the energy of being above and below. The 13 minus the 66 minus the 80 of the 3 to 28 to 18 of the 49 and the 10 to 38 to the 62 of 110, which becomes 159, which equals 15. And there's the shadow. We have the 13 to the 66 to the 80 card, which references that 149, which reduces to 15, which is the shadow side, exploring the shadow together and apart to learn about each other together. The 1, the 2, and then the 1, and then the 4 and the 6 came up, and then there was a space between there. So this is coming up as the way the cards come up in this read, the 2, and then the 1, which is representing the masculine and the feminine. It's not just the feminine, but the masculine and the feminine is the 2. In the 2, 4, 6, and we all know that the next number is 8. 8 is who we appreciate. The 16 to 18, the 18 to 20, 20 to 22, and 22 to 24 in the 4th quarter. And remember, 16 to 18 can be written also as :6:8. Again, referencing the 3D love and the 5D love. And the infinite connection there of the 6 and the 9, right? From the 6 is, it can be 5D is like just coming up as the jump off point, but the 6D to the, it doesn't have to be the 9D because 9 is referencing source energy, direct connect. But it's that pod of unending love of the 8 that it creates. And then the 18 to the 20, which is the 0 point field to the wake-up call, the 20 to the 22, which is the clarion call to the leap of the fool's journey, opening a heart to take a leap of faith, which is where we are now at the 22 to the 24, which is the fool's journey of the open heart, and the leap of faith is now occurring. and moving into the Omega, which is the culmination of the chakra system and the illumination of the 1,000 suns. In the fourth quarter, the 5D gate means merging the two sides of the bridge together, while the 5D is readying to be entered. The background, the details, or the story, right? When the student is ready, the teacher will come. So it can't happen until both sides are ready. When both sides are ready, the one releases the 3D because they're in faith and they trust that the bridge won't get cut off completely, and that the 5D has to be ready to take on the 3D energy, or the 4D energy rather, from the bridge, and all the people that will be on the bridge. So the background, the details of the story, and the climax and the culmination. We all know the climax is great, and the rest then goes by really fast. The accordion, or the collapsing of the timelines, like the domino effect of the twins putting the tree back together in multiple layers all at once or in quick succession. The 22 to the 24. Remember, those are both all the numbers of the in-between, right? Because the 2s and 4s are in-between numbers. The 22 to 24 is the 2-2 stuttering to get to the 2-4, and then the 16 months comes up, which is the 16 of the closing tower event, of the sudden epiphany, the sudden explosion, the star, the right, the closing ceremonies, so to speak, the sexual exchange, where it then comes up as 3 24s, right? Because there's they're each 2 years, right? 2 years is 24 months. So it comes up as 16 months on either side with 3 24s in the middle. All right, so the 24 is Omega. So instead of 1,000 suns, it's coming up as 3,000 suns with the two towers coming together. The twin towers on either end as the 72, the 4 of Pentacles. 3 Omegas instead of the 3 Amigos. So the 24, 24, 24 is coming up as the 3 Omegas with the towers on either side. And as I described before, the towers on either side, we have 2 musicians and the twins in the middle. I don't know if it's Bach, Mozart, and Beethoven. I don't know which 2 it is, but they are bookending the 2 angelic sweethearts in the middle with their crystal ball, and then the twin towers are on either side. That's what I'm looking at right now at my window. So the 3 Omegas, which is Omega is the Om ego, right? Ega is the feminine ego. So the 3 feminine egos having culminated, right? Their Kundalini has rise to the top, not amigos, not 1,000 suns, but 3,000 suns of triple zeros backing up the 3, or double zeros backing up the 30 of union. 3,000 suns between the twin towers, where there's an introduction and a conclusion with 4 parts in the middle. You are in the fourth quarter, the most exciting part. Remember, in the story, the fourth quarter culmination happens before the end of the story and is always worth waiting for, before the decrescendo at the end. So at 12:28 is the Hanging Man and the 28 of the twins. News: 1 dead after the Missouri Bridge collapses that was closed since 2016. And by the way, a bridge collapsing came up in my read a few reads ago. And now here is that reference of the bridge collapsing. And now, are you going to be in fear? Or are you going to let it go? Because you know the 5D bridge, the 5D gate will appear. So this read ended at 12:28 with that message. So how cool is that? The 12 is the Hanging Man, the 28 is the twin flames. So hanging out together, the twin flames on the bridge without an ending. And will you go into fear over that? No, because you know the 5D portal is right there. So now we go back to the 7-deck read on the table. I hope you took all that in, because there was some major information there. And here again is that picture. Sorry. Here again is that picture of where we were in 2020, where we are now, and where we will be by March of 26. And that does not mean you won't be coming together till 26. That is the end of the whole process of the 10 years and 8 months. So I'm going back now to the read on the table. Where are we now? We're at 3 hours and 19 minutes. I didn't realize that was that long, but it's important, this message here. All right, so here is the 7-deck read on the table. Okay, the SIRIAN Starseed deck. And here's the full 7-deck read. What did I say it was? 3 hours and what? 18 minutes or 19 minutes. So 3:18 and 3:20 coming up. So March is coming up very significantly. And it's 1:51 on the clock. And that came up at the end too. The 1:51 is the :51 of the King of Swords. It just went to 52, which is the Queen of Swords. And it's 2018 again on my clock right here. So 3:18 to 20 to 22, which is now. And then moving on to the 26, which it is now. And it's 1:51 to 1:52 on the clock. So it's the King and Queen of Swords coming together with the 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So the ball dropping on New Year's Eve is coming up here as well. All right, so here is the 7-deck read. This was done on the 24th for the 25th and 26th. And this was at, the SIRIAN Starseed deck was 655, which is the 6 of the Lovers, the 55 of the Truth. And this was very much bringing up the energies of the solar eclipse that we just had. And again, Magenta had talked about this, now that we're past that anyway, that the major eclipse energies will be the 24th, 25th, and 26th at 7:33 to 34, which again, we just talked about 33 plus 34, which is the 67 of the Knight of Pentacles, the humble loyal servant, going into the 67 to the 77 of sovereignty, never nearing the end, going into that 6.66 forever and into infinitum. So 7:33 to 34, by the way, 34 is 7. It would be written 34/7, which is the energetic exchange, the hours of love. And then the Tea of Chalices came up at that time, which is the source, the top dog of heart, of chalices, of emotion. And then Isis came up. So it's ICES as in ice, cold weather, but also, Isis coming up. And again, it's all the same chain of divine feminine. Mary Magdalene, Isis, Mother Mary, Sophia. It's all the same energy line. So, yeah, you might want to watch Lynn I'm trying to think of her channel name. I can't think of it right now. But she was just talking about everything that I'm getting on the light side is that the dark are doing the same thing with the cerns around the world, and that our light that we create by this accordion of twin unions will, overcome the dark energy and neutralize it. So that was very interesting. So you might want to watch her. What is her? Let me see if it's up for me. It might be on my thing here. Let's see. And again, you're not in fear about any of this, though. So don't listen to it if it puts you in fear, because if you're not ready to hear this, you shouldn't, you need to work on something else right now. Let's see if I have this. Yeah, I'm not finding it, so I guess I'm not meant to give it to you right now, but just so you know, that kind of energy was, which makes sense, right? Because nobody would understand that, because we can't receive that kind of intense energy of a supernova. We haven't been able to traditionally in the past. So the person who's not a twin can't possibly understand how we could live through something like that, which makes sense because our energy will neutralize any dark energy that comes in. So again, this T of chalices. So again, the T of the top dog of heart and Isis coming up. And I finished clarifying at 750, which is the Chariot and the family, the Ten of Cups family of emotional fulfillment. And again, it's referencing, there's a U.S. reference here for July 4th and the presidency. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but that's coming up. And then we have the T of chalices, so take that the way you receive it. And Isis is also coming up as the inner child of the S, right? The ES is the S of Sophia, of that line. So the lineage of the Christ, Sophia. At 750, we finished clarifying the read on the table. Let me put it down just a little bit. Okay. And the major arcana here were Ascension, Reflection, and Solar Deity. Ascension is the world, Reflection is the Hermit, Solar Deity is the Sun, of course. Before the read was Indigo and Karma, which Indigo is the Magician, Karma is the Judgment card, or the wake-up call. There were 2 Wands, 5 Pentacles, and 1 Cup, so a lot of Pentacles here, as we were talking about Pentacles all through the read today. And we have the 5 in the middle with the 2 and the 1 on either side. All right, that's the feminine, the masculine bookends, and the 5 in the middle of freedom, change, and expansion, and the Hierophant energy or source energy. The Knight of Wands, the Knight of Pentacles are in the read, as well as the Page of Pentacles. So all young energies, Knight of Wands, Knight of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles. And the Page of Cups comes up at the end. And then we have 11, 33, and triple tens here. So triple tens is all about that high vibe, right? High vibe and vibing out. To remind you to stay in that, you're in a really high vibration now. You're dealing with 11 and 13, which is the transition portal. The 11 is justice, the 33 is the Christ vibration. And then transition to the triple tens, which is that 1,000 sun reference. So we have the 12 of the Hanging Man, the 45 of the 5 of Cups, the 8 standing alone, which is the dance, and the infinite dance with Creator, the 89 of the Phi energy, the reflection of the human temperature, 98, and the 9-10 begin again to always come back to center, right? Whenever you go off balance, just come back to center, no worries. We have 34 of the energetic exchange, the 8 of Wands, as well as 58, the 4 of Swords, the 5D connection for me, the 23 of the King of Wands, and again, the 13 of transition, and 310, which is 0 backing up the 31, which is the 5 of Wands card, which has to do with the group and the chaos and the source support. And chaos also references life, right? Chaos is the opposite of control. And instead of being at the polarities, we come to the middle so we don't have to experience that, right? Of allowance. And so it's non-resistance and non-attachment. So allowing and letting go. This keeps you in the middle. So the code line here is all about the number 9 from 4 and 5, which is the 4 of the Emperor, the 5 of the Hierophant, which is also the stability and the freedom. I was talking about that with my daughter yesterday. The 4 and the 5, right? One is the stability. When you're in stability, you want freedom. When you are in freedom, you seek stability. So it's that kind of energy that's coming up here with the 9 of the Hermit, which is the 1 and the all, which is the endings, but also the compassion to deal with it. The code line here is all about financial discipline and duality. It wasn't duality. I wrote duality by accident, so there's no accidents, but it was spirituality, not duality. But the spirituality of duality is coming up here. Let me just correct myself there. So, and it was broken up into spirit and uality. So you all, I, grateful. And the D of the divine is also the M, the co-creation. But it's really spirit, uality. And then Fina and Enshul is the way financial is broken up, and then discipline was broken up into discipline. So the code line being all about the 9. So it's the 1 in the all for one and one for all. Okay, and I didn't even relate this to what I was just telling you all about. All right, so you see there's bookends up on my window there. So I'm going to put it up for you so you can see. Look on the top ledge. All right, there's 2 selenite towers, and then there's 2 musicians, and then the angels with a crystal in the middle. All right, so I'm going to leave that there for a second so you can see that. I'm showing you that because now I am looking at my code line, and I'm going to show you my code line. Here is my code line. What did I do? Where's the code line? Right here. All right, so on the code line, I have drawn bookends. There's a T. I'm sorry, it's not that clear, but all right, so there's bookends on either side of my code line, referencing what I was just telling you about up there. Regarding spirituality, financial discipline, and the 2 bookends on either end. That's the twin towers, the 2 twins, polarizing and holding the gates, right? So then TE was coming up, which for me is the moral man, but it's also the top dog, one equal and congruent to those seeing the key for ascension. The 5 of crystals, which is the 5 of pentacles. But in the SIRIAN Starseed deck, the 5 of pentacles is the hermit in the Mary Magdalene cave above the group down below. And they're all in dark coats in a circle, right? So she's not going to lower herself, even though she's in exile. She's not going to lower herself to that lower energy. She's going to stay in her cave at her 5D energy, even though it's really cold there, right? That's the energy that comes up in the deck. So what came up here is the key of the moral man, but also T is coming up with TE, to see the key for ascension, which is also the Emperor energy, the 4, and the 5 of pentacles, which also is referencing the gamma ray here. So the key and the gamma ray. And here's that switch. I'm getting that toggle switching back and forth. Like, you know, like a key turns. So when you put the key in, it's one direction. Then you turn it the other. When you open the lock, it's open and closed. So that's coming up here too. Both directions of the key, opened and shut. Open, shut case. There's no discussion here. The bookends are there, right? One gate and the other gate, and what's in between on the bridge. The key of the moral man to see the key for the ascension community, and the 5 of pentacles in exile of the gamma ray. And it's like the farther gate card too, where the sun is coming into the cave of the double gates and the double suns, right? The sun, the moment where there's a sun from 3D and 5D at the same time. The bookends of the gamma rays, the God being one and equal and congruent to each other, to see the key for ascension is to be the bookends of the gamma rays, the phased array of equality, that all of God's pieces are the same. The 5 of pentacles of being out, the lovers out in the cold, as long as they have each other, that type of energy. The TE is also B flat, so music comes up here, as well as to see, to understand. Remember, understand may reference standing under someone. Maybe perceiving is a better word to use. Or yes, I know what you're talking about. The beautiful blue jay just landed on the table. Do you see him? Let me see if I can. Oh, he just flew away. He'll come back. They're looking for seed. Oh, he's there on the table. I don't know if you can see it. The table is right here behind the plant. I don't know if I can show you right here. It's right here. It's just hard to see. I could see him. It's right below. The table is right below the plant that I just showed you. There it is. So right here is the table. So watch that table, because you might be able to see the blue jay come back. You just saw him fly by again. And that was the male blue jay, who's beautiful. That was a different one than the other day. He was more slim. This one today. And the colors were very bold. All right, so there's your blue jay, and perceiving as opposed to understanding. To hear thee, T, wood tree. It's funny too, because magenta references, you know who as tea tree. Okay, wood tree yourself, stone, behave, water, paternal ant, yam, under, to compact, compress, sting, and swell, yourself. And by the way, the blue jay was at 204. Again, the space is between 2 and 4 you. And it's 2:06 on the clock right now, which is the 6 of the lovers, with space between. And also referencing the space between the twins and the families. Yourself, and they're there. Do you see him go up to the tree? I don't know if you can see out there. See. I don't know. You might or might not be able to see, but sorry, I can see them very clearly. They're playing for you. Oh, when Teddy was out, usually he hasn't been talking to Annika in the backyard, and he was flirting so much this morning. I guess I brought that up to you guys already, but it's coming up again because of the blue jays. So again, the energy of TE, which can be also hot, warm, or pungent, hot-tempered, affectionate, depending on how you see it, comfortable, or to throw away, here, now, Mr. Mouth, door, towards, until just, naked, and however, to appear the road, way, only, solely, quiet, and foot. And I was just getting the footprint of Jesus. So, and what stuck out to me was, again, to perceive as opposed to understand, to see. The music coming up, the stone, the rolling stone, the sword in the stone, the paternal ant coming up, and to throw away in the now moment, being naked, completely transparent, right? That open door policy coming up here. The key or the way of the moral man, the paternal ant, to perceive the stone, the now moment, the solely being alone, being quiet and naked to the world, to see the key, to seek the one equal and congruent to the emperor, or the space between worlds, the hermit in exile, and then the key, which is yourself. See the key for a sense connection out in the cold with the other, the two gatekeepers, the two opposing gamma rays with ascension in the middle. The crown is the 7 to see the key of the 4, the heart, is the hermit in exile, the gamma array. So the gamma ray is coming up from the heart to the crown, from 4 to 7. They're just different shapes of keys, right? A 7 can be a key, but a 4 can be a key too. The heart key and the crown key. The emperor and one without you all ity, which is you all, the chakra system, and the gratitude for it. You are the chariot here. The N seal is coming up, and financial is coming up as the N is the Christ energy. Seeing all, but also sharing. It's a seal. I'm getting a seal for every season. And the sharing, the Christ sharing for every reason. The CIA is coming up. The CIA is here. The seal, the Christ seal is coming up. The CIA is in between the Christ energy and the L energy, which is the right angle. But it's the L of the left. You see, it's the left and the right at the same time. And again, I'm getting NHL, which makes the CIA the H, which is the lower energy, right, of the lap dance, the 3D energy. And the discipline. I'm getting Klein too. Not necessarily Kevin Klein, but Klein, that kind of energy. Oh, I'm getting my, Klein is coming up for me. So Andy could be coming up as well. Andy Warhol, I don't know why. There's a message. Anyway, take it if it's a message for you. I definitely got a message out of that. But I'm getting walking the plank too. So financial discipline, I'm not getting like anything bad. Somebody's walking the plank, but I don't feel like that's for you guys. Venus coming up, Enshel, which is also the Christ seal, and the disconnect from the plane. So the plane is coming up as the plane, but also is coming up as Klein. So incline and decline is coming up as well. The key of the moral man, to see the key for the ascension of the Five of Pentacles gamma ray. The bookends of the gamma ray, where God is one and equal congruent to each other, to see the key for ascension. The key of the moral man, the way, the paternal aunt, to perceive the stone, the now moment, the solely quiet and naked, to see the key, seek the one equal and congruent to, the emperor or space between worlds, the hermit in exile, and the key, which is yourself, to see the key for a sense connection out in the cold with each other, the two gatekeepers. So the two opposing gamma rays with ascension in the middle, where the 7 and the 4 are both keys, one of the crown, one of the heart. For the crown key, to see the 4 key, with the hermit in exile, with the gamma array, an array of keys, like the Florida keys, the emperor and one without you-ality. The Christ is here. The Christ seal is here, and for every reason. Financial discipline, divine, it's like there's the completion here, the finality here. It's done. It is done. And that kept coming up this week too. The divine completion, finally. The woodpecker also coming up, and to pass away, the ending, the disconnect. The spiritual ending, the full disconnect of the 3D bridge. And I'd cross out the D to correct it to spirit, but that's a message as well. The line through the capital D and then the spirit. And I'm getting the spy writ. So some kind of rites of passage there, or some kind of non-divine ritual. So again, like I brought up before, just neutralizing the energy, and that's what happens with the union. So we start here with the Knight of Wands reversed, and beneath that, I'm going to go back down here so you can see the cards here. So the Knight of Wands reversed, and beneath that is the Ace of Swords upright, the Indigo reversed, Karma reversed, and the 10 of Wands upright, the 10 of Cups reversed. The 9 of Wands reversed player, after the truth is presented, by the Hierophant upright and the Devil reversed to the Indigo reversed, perhaps refusing of a proposal or a manipulator, needing to swallow their pride, with Atlas leaving the wounded warrior behind, with the 10 of Cups reversed family. With the Knight of Wands reversed, who gave the truth about dumping multiple loads, or embarrassed in front of the 9 of Pentacles reversed, or dependent, or powerless to third party in exile, or two in exile as mother and child. The 10 of Cups reversed, that family who's unhappy, or it can be at the end of an emotional cycle as well. The 10 of Cups reversed received an offer from the Queen of Wands reversed and the Empress upright to leave the wounded warrior behind for bliss in divorce, with the Knight of Cups reversed, who may be jealous or rejected, a jilted lover perhaps, Taurus or Hierophant, or a jilted lover and marriage, religion or establishment, the jealous one with weak legs, or really riding their elder to get them to break so lovers can marry. And I was also getting merry. Or Gemini and Taurus there at 10:07, which is the Wheel of Fortune and the Chariot. The divine lovers protected under Gabriel's wings. You are fully protected. And I know Lynn was talking about the fifth trumpet too. So you can look up the fifth trumpet messages. I think it was Revelations 9 that she was referencing. And regarding the accelerators too, which is the CERN is an accelerator. So the divine lovers protected under Gabriel's wings. At 10:07, which is the Wheel of Fortune and the Seven of the Chariot, the Hierophant detoxing by giving the truth to Indigo reversed, or Gemini or Virgo reversed there, and Aquarius reversed, or manipulative or karmic, perhaps a slave driver, but now Atlas is ending the emotional cycle for good. With the Knight of Wands reversed, perhaps pissed, so they gave the truth to the dependents and their bad influences, sent to the Empress, or kids with addiction or behavioral issues maybe have been sent to live with their mother or grandmother. The Ten of Cups reversed received an offer of time, money, or energy from the Queen of Wands reversed, perhaps Taurus, working or working out really hard to achieve bliss with Libra or in a divorce, creating the Knight of Cups reversed with jealousy or rejection in divine lovers' marriage with the Knight of Wands reversed. So the Knight of Wands reversed could be the Queen of Wands reversed here, but they could also be separate people. Gemini, Aquarius are reversed, but Taurus, Libra, Gemini, and Taurus also upright here. In a heated exchange with the Knight of Wands reversed, the Queen of Swords reversed achieved bliss, or worst of an argument is over, or in-flight service for one who doesn't like to fly, unable to put the brakes on for themselves, or the Queen of Hearts has ordered off with their heads at 10:21, the Wheel of Fortune in the world. That can also be the Divine Feminine or the Pisces energy there, with one foot in this world and one in the next, in that high vibe energy. So keep an open mind was the next card. And beneath that was passion, which is the past connection. Not the easy past, but the past connection. So keep an open mind. Again, we're dealing with the Knight of Wands reversed and the Queen of Wands reversed, but with the Queen of Swords reversed achieving bliss, or the worst of an argument over, an in-flight service for one who doesn't like to fly. So that can be referencing a literal flight that you're on, or just the comparison to being in flight, or perhaps in your psychic abilities, unable to put the brakes on for themselves. Or the Queen of Hearts ordered off with their heads to keep an open mind with passion. The Knight of Wands in marital bliss here, as the Two of Cups lovers with the King of Wands, with a big love through work, and the Page of Pentacles may have been forced to drink the water or alcohol. And this could be a parent finding out that another parent or uncle or aunt, something like that, is giving alcohol to their child, or just kids drinking too much with their friends. But the Page of Cups is unable to express themselves emotionally, or the Page of Pentacles may be hurting themselves, like cutting comes up, or drinking comes up, or allowing others to do things to them that they shouldn't, to be perfect. And the Page of Cups is trying to write music perhaps, but is never satisfied with what they do. Finally, cracking their lover to give up the information. The King of Wands is being affectionate here, but not at work, with the Page of Pentacles upright and the Page of Cups upright with issues. And even more so here is make an effort, and then beneath that was patience. So that can reference being patient as well as dealing with patience, whether that's you or somebody else. The Knight of Pentacles in energetic exchange to heal and be complete in bliss, over loss and recovered from exile, or in illness or distress. The cycle of depression complete. Now the worst is over. Now getting over the grief of emotional and perhaps, this could be emotional and or financial loss, being threatened at knife point, or getting rid of the dark birds. With Atlas and recovering from exile, and by the way, that was Lynn. Lynn was attacked with a knife a few months ago. She almost died. Atlas recovering from exile, with the Knight of Wands reversed, falling short of establishment, religion, marriage, or tradition, feeling a part of something. Now the worst is over. Perhaps bliss. The Page of Cups making an effort to express although through immature emotions. That was weird because I don't know what Jenna's doing right. I just felt something underneath me, but I don't know where it came from. That was weird. So again, things could appear out of nowhere too. There could be frustration and being strong through that frustration in a heated exchange with the King of Wands and the Page of Wands. Or the Page of Wands can just be his frustration, his lack of inspiration, or not wanting to play out those feelings of sexuality as well with the King of Wands upright and then the Page of Wands reversed. That can also be a father and their child who's frustrated, not knowing how to express their energy in the downturn or after a death or near-death experience, out in the cold with the Page of Cups, who may be avoiding disaster in a release from prison, whether that's literal or a prison of your own making or anxiety, perhaps with no peace and dissatisfied with themselves. And the recent past of the Page of Pentacles reversed with dysfunctional family, business, or community in the chariot or car or travel, move, detoxing the Hierophant on a quest to rise above but can't sleep, or starting over at night at 10:30 or 11:30, which is justice and the union or the home. The Hierophant on a quest to rise above but can't sleep, or starting over at night with the Page of Pentacles hanging tight, getting over a loss or regret, and the Two of Pentacles juggling but lacking faith at the same time. And off with your heads. Lynn had brought up the head of Osiris too regarding the dark energies. So that was coming up, and I'm only bringing that up because I was getting off with their heads. So at 11:39, which is the alignment of justice and the 39 of the Knight of Cups, the movie that came up was The Stranger, with Cancer and Taurus upright here and Capricorn in between them reversed, which can represent that addictive or codependent energy of the shadow or the devil. The dysfunction of the family, business, or community, juggling and falling from grace, with the foundation being the Hermit or reflection, and there's the foundation F of the digamma energy, the twin rays. The reflection of the Hermit upright, with the Hermit burdened after a sudden event of being strong or clinging to a child or children in downturn or twist of fate, and the central energy of the Ace of Wands reversed, needing the flame, the Ten of Pentacles reversed, putting out for their poor judgment, unable to implement a plan with an issue at work or with star or star child, healing, dreamer, or a big offer to the King of Pentacles reversed to partner with the Queen of Pentacles reversed. So the Ten of Pentacles reversed, family, business, or community, and that can be a legacy as well, without a choice but to swallow their pride, with third party from work making an offer to the King of Pentacles reversed in exchange or in partnership with the Queen of Pentacles reversed and the King of Swords reversed, moving in a visit or unstable, challenged by the Ascension world, with the Six of Pentacles reversed, Three of Cups reversed, and the Seven of Swords reversed, and the inequity with bad influences or third party coming clean or cleaning up their act, with justice or juggling act, standing up for themselves, with the Queen of Cups without peace being the patient angel, with the wounded warrior on guard, or the Queen of Cups without peace as the patient Sagittarius, or with wounded warrior on guard, all business couple working to align with the Seven of Pentacles, or the Divine Feminine's heart, reaping rewards of sex in the chair or sex on the swing, or no longer quiet about it, about Dream Girl and the Knight of Swords delivery to her, the Knight of Pentacles proposing to travel, with the Two of Cups partner to get information from the Knight of Wands reversed Saggy, or patient or angel. Or the Knight of Wands reversed is paralyzed by their passions with patient angel, and now the Knight of Pentacles is proposing, and the Knight of Pentacles, remember, is the 67, is proposing, and I'm just getting a proposal number whatever, Power 99 is coming up again. I don't know what proposals you may be connected to, but that may be coming up for you as well, you know, as far as political stuff. The Knight of Pentacles proposing, the King of Wands, and the High Priestess. The Magician is upright, manifesting big time, with the Knight of Swords reversed holding their tongue, and the Six of Cups receiving a big payout in their recovery. Six of Cups could be the inner outer children or a falling out in the past. This could be a bad childhood, but this is receiving a big payout in the recovery of this. For suffering, so this could be getting a literal payout for suffering, but also can be, doesn't have to be money, it can be some kind of other recovery and moving on. The Page of Cups, Hermit, Page of Swords, and Queen of Wands, well, they're all upright except for the Queen of Wands, she's reversed. She may be shocked in the downturn or detoxing exposure and inequity. The Queen of Wands reversed and the Nine of Cups reversed, she may be dissatisfied, a dissatisfied manipulator, triggering the Ten of Cups reversed, unhappy family, or one ending that emotional cycle of the Emperor upright with the Six of Cups upright, which can be their soul tie, their twin, their kids, but uncomfortable with emotions of the Knight of Swords upright, rushing in with the truth and repairing or reaping rewards. Uncomfortable with the King of Swords reversed in a heated exchange, the Two of Cups not expressing their true desires, with new clarity of the Knight of Wands reversed, and patient. Soon here is the Sun, with kids, pets, Leo, vacation, or exposure of justice or divorce, separation, hanging out or hung out to dry, with Lover and the Page of Wands reversed, letting go to fix a failure, or under the radar release, with the Queen of Pentacles reversed and the Queen of Swords reversed, or a sister, or someone suffering in silence or stressed out, the King of Cups reversed also, perhaps with PTSD, and the twin flames seeing themselves as the Page of Pentacles, coming clean about their dreams, about healing and being the star, or being a healer, or being the light. And the Eight of Pentacles upright, working to align to and look back at the Page of Pentacles, perhaps researching all angles but with no growth, and receiving or recovering from loss or regret with attraction, wedding, the situation involves marriage, and playfulness, with the Four of Pentacles reversed, or the Divine Masculine's heart coming out of the Batcave with new information of inequity, and the block of the Five of Pentacles Hermit coming out of the in the Mary Magdalene cave, in exile above the group, releasing with the King of Cups reversed post-war within at 12:24, which references the Hanging Man and the Queen of Wands, which is Omega. At 12:25 is the Hanging Man and the 25 of the Knight of Wands, with financial discipline and spirituality, and even more so rebirth, the Seven of Wands, or the Divine Feminine's heart, with unwanted advances, with little lizard watching, as the High Priestess with keys to unravel difficult emotions. With the Eight of Cups and the Knight of Cups both reversed, feeling uncomfortable and rejected or jealous. And I just got a big flash from the car that just drove by. The Eight of Cups reversed and the Knight of Cups reversed, feeling rejected by the world, or the Divine Feminine, or Pisces rejected but didn't walk away, or the Knight of Cups reversed is between justice and the world, or Libra and the Divine Feminine, or Pisces, uncomfortable with the Two of Swords reversed, who may be uncomfortably numb, with the Page of Cups upright, hiding in the woods, looking back at the Three of Pentacles reversed with issues at work. The Page of Cups may be hiding in the woods, looking back. The Page of Cups with sister, or stress, suffering, or just not being able to sleep at night in the past due to issues at work. And now the Knight of Wands reversed, reflection, or the Hermit upright, of the Page of Pentacles, which the Page of Pentacles can be Virgo here. The Knight of Wands reversed with reflection of the Page of Pentacles, coming out to fix things with the Ten of Pentacles reversed, family, business, community, or legacy of dysfunction and or abuse, and that can just be loss as well. The challenge being ascension, or the completing of the cycle, and fully exposing the Five of Pentacles Hermit in exile, with the Knight of Pentacles offering help, or siding with them, or an offer that they can't refuse to get them to talk about the Page of Pentacles innocent, hidden in the woods in the past, and issues at work with no gratitude or ability to create. So the truth of the indigo out of control, burdened by the Ten of Cups reversed, unhappy family, or ending to an emotional cycle, or a manipulative family, with the Knight of Wands reversed, falling short of the Ten of Pentacles family reversed. So now both the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles are both reversed here, like the Montagues and the Capulets. And the Knight of Wands falling short, because he doesn't belong either one, right? Because he's Wands, he's not Pentacles or Cups. Or between the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles reversed is the Knight of Wands reversed, recovering. The Hermit upright abused and or frustrated and uninspired, challenged by Ascension, completion, the world, divine feminine, Pisces. And now the Knight of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles are on vacation or exposing the divine masculine coming out of the Batcave, or perhaps kids coming clean to fix what they did. With Hermit in exile and uncomfortable with feelings, but clear and numb with the Page of Cups upright in pure innocent message of love and hiding in the past at work or from work, or just reaping rewards, daydreaming, and contemplating their worth at 105 of the Magician and the Hierophant, or change, freedom, and expansion there of the Divine Masculine. So there you go. And this was the longest one I've ever done. I just ended it at 4:00:00. That was crazy. And it was just 4:00:00. So you're going to get an energy card, but that's it, because 4 hours is enough. I think you'd agree. And what is our energy? What is the takeaway from this message today? What is our takeaway message today? The man holding the coin. So there's the King of Pentacles, and there's that 43 of the Three of Cups coming together. The underlying energy is the Healer of the Ages, the King of Swords. Okay, so the underlying energy is there. With the King of Pentacles coming out, even though this is the 43, the man with the coin, and this could be a Scorpio energy too, and we're in Scorpio. Libra, Scorpio, and that can go into Capricorn too. And then we have the other card that came out is the Magician, which is 53, which is the Knight of Swords. So this is like, this also, I guess he could be the Knight of Pentacles, but he really comes off as the King of Pentacles. But I suppose it could be either, since he's not coming up as the King, he's coming up as the Three of Cups of coming together. So this can just be the coming together about finances for these two, right? The Knight of Swords and the King of Swords. And they're coming up as the Magician and the Healer of the Ages. Or is this three collapsing into one? So, and again, the underlying energy was the Healer of the Ages, the King of Swords. This can also be where the father, so here's the Healer of the Ages, King of Swords, but this can be where the father becomes the son, because he's now the Knight of Swords. So the King of Swords is coming up as younger than the Knight of Swords. So this is where they change positions, because perhaps the son has to take care of the father here. The father and son. That's interesting too, because there's something in my family with that energy as well, right? The son taking care of the father. And this could be two sons as well who are helping out. Maybe one is doing the physical work to take care, and the other one might be helping financially. So two sons and a father could be coming up as well. I'm going to give you a gem card too. Because that was very masculine. But there's a lot of feminine energies coming up for the read, but just as a closing message. All right, what is the message more feminine-wise? What is the message for the feminines? What is our takeaway? And I have turquoise. Spiritual path. Your true beliefs are becoming clearer to you, which prompts you to make necessary life changes. Okay, so you're becoming very clear, and I love that turquoise came up. And that came up this past week too, Turk and Oise. Jade comes up here too. Okay, very beautiful together. There's one of my favorite color combinations is that blue and green. And that can be, you know, hazel eyes as well, but the jade is wellness. The recovery of health and wellness is here. So really, you're learning how to heal yourself, or somebody else's healing is coming in. The bottom of the deck is angelite. So there's the angel and the ite. The spiritual religious community, join with like-minded people for friendship and increased spiritual growth. So if you want a group to hang with, go ahead and find someone who is like you. We have opal underneath that. Let yourself sparkle and shine. You're being guided to be bold and show your bigger than life self to the world, and perhaps attracting a group. That's the underlying energy though. Then coming out for you now is the turquoise and jade. Really beautiful colors and energies. A blue and green, spiritual path and wellness. And being really clear. And we have, you know, medical reference here too. So it's like bringing the 3D and the 5D healing energies together. Okay. All right, it's 5:05. Keeps going. Okay, so we're done. 4 hours is enough. Remember to drink your water. Water, water, water. Get your rest as much as you can. Rest, rest, rest. And your joy and your nature. Everything's important. And to follow your own intuition above all else. So rise and be love, you guys.